Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Reading District tournament. Um, we are in round one, and for a rare change, we're going to see a little bit of round one actually happen, which will be nice. I just need to make a few touch-ups. Unfortunately, the plan has failed with hoping to have um, a face cam of the players available too. So we will just be doing tabletop stream. You'll see the games, hear the commentary, and see some card pop-ups. And that is what you will get today. Let me just make some slight improvements to improve everything for you all at home. And with that, we should be ready to go. So here we have two players playing. We have King Solomon playing a Zaya deck, against L Getlander. We've got quite a bit of glare, but we will do what we can with this current round, and then we'll improve it for the second round. As everyone knows, if you're ever streaming, the first round never quite streams right. So what can we see from King Solomon here? We have just played down a transfer of wealth. It looks like HQ is protected with a Maskarovka, and we have a Kurapira of 1 counter. So we're making the run, stealing some credits, taking our access, deciding to trash. I believe that's a Spin Doctor there. Important to get rid of Spin Doctor against Ob because it gives them the opportunity to put cards back in their deck so they can summon them when they want. So for most factions, it's the case that if you use your Spin Doctor just to put your agendas back, just keeps you a little bit safe. But in this case, it's even more valuable because you can, at the point at which you're planning to trash a card with Ob to go and fetch it, you can put that card back in your deck from archives and then just draw it immediately. So some extra value there for the Ob players. And also, of course, with Wayland, we also have Slash and Burn, which, whilst not hugely common in Ob decks, is definitely an option available to them. This card being a way to place 2 advancements, and it goes into archives, however. So therefore, you want your Spin Doctor down to be able to put it back in. We can see here we've got, I believe that's an upgrade on HQ. And then also, okay, what do we have coming down here now? This is some kind of run event, drawing 2 cards. So this probably buyer bans. No, in fact, it's draw 1. So probably it's Jailbreak. Yeah, we're going to see 2 here. That looks like a measured response. That is going in the bin. Very important, especially for criminal players who are a little bit more vulnerable to damage here. Taking our credits from Zaya there for the 2 access. Jailbreak a common card in Zaya just because you get paid 2 as a result of making that event, as well as drawing the card from Jailbreak. And in this case, that draw being a filter draw because we have the class act down. What will be next for King Solomon here? So we've chosen to use the Spin Doctor, so likely this is a run on archives here. And right now, no players on any points. With Ob building up a pretty strong remote here. We've got a daily cast coming down, along with a brand new class act. So flush with money, it seems, if we're choosing to play the additional class act. There's then 4 uses on the daily cast, and then we draw 4 at the end of turn to add to our hand, hoping that we have the money at the end. Welcome everyone that's come along. Good to see you, Aksu. I saw that you missed out on the London one, so it's great that you were able to catch this one first. And then also hello to Gyroscopic. Yeah, I did say all of round 1, not quite all of round 1 this time, but we're seeing most of it, which is good. King Solomon was telling me that his Corp deck has 75% alt arts, so that might make it a little bit of a challenge if that comes on stream later. But as he's here now with his Zaya runner, he probably won't see his PD the other side coming up. So now taking 2 from daily casts for the runner's turn. We can see an advanced card in the Corp's remote there, along with what is likely to be a Tranquility Grid. How does King Solomon want to take this on? Worries here are it could be an SDS drone deployment, which is usually pretty bad news for runners, especially for criminals because they don't have so much access to be able to get their cards back. Running into an envelopment here with 5 counters on it. It's going to be very expensive, in fact, unaffordable from what we can see here. Yes, Solomon is, of course, on Zaya. Previously, King Solomon was well known because he decided to play a Tag Me Zaya, I think, 1 or 2 years ago, and it did very, very well indeed. And it's a very difficult deck to pilot, but people didn't see it coming, and he found that space amongst a bunch of other tag punishment to find a way through. So here we're doing clean getaway into archives just to gain some money. We bounce off of the envelopment, knowing that it's going to be difficult to get through. This does now give us the credits to, if we want to, make a run through. We do indeed make that run, spending, I believe this is 2 Chesva credits, along with plenty of money to go and access. That is an STS drone deployment, so that Kurapira, as much as it gained a counter, is now going in the bin. Although interesting here, we didn't allow the envelopment to trash. I guess that's intentional. It would, of course, give the OB player an opportunity to go and fetch something new. Whenever you trash a RISC card, yes, because it would be their subroutine, they would be trashing, and so therefore that would allow them to make that difference there. Not quite envelope. We want envelopment. There we go. So now back to the corporation. We've installed a new card. Working out what next to do here. We have got rid of the barrier breaker as a result of the STS drone deployment. So things are looking pretty good to be able to install behind here. I believe this envelopment is on 4 counters right now. I think Solomon just preparing to increase his heap space. We're going to extract here, gaining the full 6 to sell off the envelopment to go and get another card. With the runner on 0 credits, are we going to see an event horizon here as the 4 cost to fetch? Looks like it. Now, Event Horizon is porous. You can run through it, but it costs you 6.
Would you like me to try and close the blind above the stream table?
We'll do it for the next game. We'll do it. We've just had some feedback that we might be able to improve the lighting here, because as you can see, there's quite a bit of glare right now, but we'll look to get this fixed. Of course, as people know, round 1 of the stream is round 0 of the stream, because things are never quite perfect then, but we will figure them out later on. So we've shuffled after searching for the event horizon, which was our first click to extract that. In fact, our second click, because we also installed this turn. And then last, we're going to ice up the Corp on 13 credits here, so very comfortably going to be able to advance that card, hopefully a 3-2 for the Corp, so they can score it. But also be able to res that ice alongside it. But maybe there are some tools in here like Seamless, etc., to be able to score a 2-4 from the table. So first click, drawing here to make sure we use the class act this turn. Then spending 3 clicks for, I guess we weren't quite tracking clicks there. So now a new daily cast. So we've got 5 money at the start of next turn now. Going to advance 3 times. Assuming here that they are scoring an AZF, but they haven't quite revealed this yet. Crashing a Maskarovka to go and fetch a Tucana. Now, important with AZF, the ordering is very favorable for OB players, because in order to score the agenda, you have to trash one of your installed cards. So you can trash the Maskarovka to go and fetch a Tucana, which will then be a witness to the scoring of Azef. And that's going to do 2 surprise damage, which if we hit a Kurapira in hand here, is going to be pretty devastating for King Solomon. Criminals, of course, as I mentioned earlier, not quite as able to go and get their breakers back later on. And then a second card here. What's it going to be? What goes? We lose. Is that a Baker? I think that might be Baker right there. And one other card, but we're not quite sure what. That does look like a Baker. So, suggest we have some stealth credits in here. I believe we have Touchstone as an option with a very event-heavy deck. So, you don't need a lot of credits to come through from Touchstone. You obviously want to get credits because it's income, but you don't need them all to be stealth credits. So, that will be nice for the corporation to be able to, if they did have Baker, to be able to occasionally peek in archives, maybe to use the twinning to then shift over to HQ. All right, here we start with the runner's turn, gaining our 4 credits off of 2 copies of Daily Cast there. Then playing a Steelskin Scarring, I guess for some damage protection in the deck, but not expecting to die from damage in this game. Actually, no, that's not true at all. I'm very wrong there. Very possibly dying from damage because the ob deck does have measured response, as they often do, because it is a way to fork the runner and say, you can steal gens if you want, but just know that you need to be able to pay the tax, which might be paid with death. So now with 3 new cards in hand, working out what turn to take. We've got a Sure Gamble, a Bravado, a Boomerang, and I believe also a Pinhole Threading here. All alt arts. We're then drawing another. That is a very nice card to see. That is a Hermes. That is going to be very useful in slowing down the Corp a little bit, especially at this point in the game where right now the Corp is on 2 points, the runner is on 0. The game is going a little slower than maybe the Corp would like it to, which is definitely favoring the runner. Here we're going to Bravado, spending 3, going to run R&D to see the unknown. It is a Descent, so that's going to end the run. And now playing down the Hermes. Installing into the remote here to trigger Tranquility Grid to gain 2 credits. And now thinking out the rest of the turn. Currently with the runner having no breakers, and also 5 will be 9 credits. Seems like it's going to be difficult for them to threaten this card in the remote. So here we have icing up a second time on R&D. Over to the runner's turn. Drawing first, using Class Act to tuck one of the filtered cards. Now playing down a Boomerang. Using the little Boomerang token this time. We'll see what comes later. Then we have got a, what I would guess is a Wake Implant, probably the most likely here. Taking the meat damage and giving us extra options for HQ. So running, using the Boomerang to break through the Maskarovka, and then we have Flagship, which is going to make that run not successful. However, that does not prevent the access from happening. So here working out, can we spend the 4 to break this? First we're going to access. I guess in case we see something that's more worth trashing. That is a Hafren. Got to be watching out for Stavka Hafren there. And then choosing to pay the 4 here to get rid of the flagship by the looks of it. And that is gone. Also using the desirability to gain a credit, it looks like. Now over to the Corp side. It looks like we are scoring out here. Oh no, we are first using a virus to go and fetch whatever we want. Likely to be a regolith as the main thing out of here, especially considering the current money. However, there is also the option of Holloman, which is a common pull from the deck. This time it's regolith, which we're going to be able to click 3 times to get plenty of credits. But otherwise, if you do have the credits, then you go pull your Holloman so that you can score out your Basalt or similar nice and easily. Scoring out on the virus indeed. The best play. And don't worry everyone, we will be working hard through the break after this game in order to try and fix some of the glare issue here and work out how we can make it better. The stream is always improving. One of the recent improvements for those that like to talk about tech and camera gear is I bought a CPL filter, which is meant to help tackle some of the glare by choosing, it's a little filter that goes on the end of your lens and lets you choose how much light comes through. So, or rather the angle that the light comes through. So hopefully giving that little twist will help fix things up here. So we're going for 2 uses of regolith. And then I think thinking about whether we just do the 3rd to watch out for pinhole, or whether we want to install and keep our board state a little bit stronger here. It looks like we haven't got too troubling a hand here. Going to install in the remote alongside it, by the looks of it. It looks like it's in the same row. And we're going to draw a card with Tranquility Grid. Interesting. And options at the end of this regolith are sometimes you just want to... Oh yeah, we do know actually that King Solomon does have the pinhole indeed. So let's see. Is it worth taking down at this point? Probably. Because the Corp has only so many credits and you do need to keep them down. Drawing one first. Sorry, drawing and filtering and then drawing another. Drawing again, that is a transfer of wealth. That's going to be useful, particularly if we can pinhole here to take down the regolith. It's just whether we think this is the best use of it. This is a after image. Okay, so we're not just bakering. We are also doing other stealth things, and so we've brought down one of the most efficient sentry breakers with the caveat that it requires stealth credits to use. The Corp here starting their turn. That is going to be regolith, install a card. In fact... oh, installing over. Okay. As the scores currently stand, the runner on 3 points, the Corp on 2 points. The runner's trying to rebuild after having to lose a program earlier to the SGS drone deployment. And now working out how they can get through this remote, which has got a Tucana and a Tranquility Grid, and some other kind of upgrade, and also another card, which may be an agenda. So we might be seeing Holloman Basalt here, which as soon as that gets scored, you have to start worrying, because that gives options for getting back measured response. But also if you steal it, it gets back a measured response. And whoever scores this Basalt, if it's in there, is going to be going to Threatful, which is going to mean that measured response is going to be particularly scary. So we run here into a Sandstone. A popular piece of ice for its high strength, the fact you have a virus, and also it costs 3, which is quite nice. Then we're going to run archives here with the pinhole threading. I believe we're going to access this face down. Yep, that looks like it might be a Holloman. No, it is a virus. Viruses are purged, so the sandstone is a little stronger, but that's now gone. Which could have been that the plan was to use the virus, you go and fetch a Holloman to be able to score out of Assault. So a very important move here by King Solomon to take out that line for the Corp. Now the Corp taking their mandatory draw. Looks like we were hoping we'd be able to put a Holloman in there and start scoring with it. Instead, need to work out how we're going to deal with this board. They do have a Sentry Breaker. We're going to assume that the card with 2 credits on it there is a Touchstone. And that is going to help the After Image, in fact, for a single credit, break all of Event Horizon. As After Image breaks very efficiently. And in fact, it doesn't need to be a stealth credit for it to break the Sentry subroutines. It's just for boosting. So, looking a lot stronger indeed. So, we might see a little bit longer of a Corp turn here as their plan has been thwarted from what we are presuming here. We're going to install advance 3 times, and that's going to be our turn. With 15 credits, by the looks of it, for the Corp, this is a reasonably safe play. However, the runner with 8 credits, although they would have to spend some to get through. Okay, what is happening here? Something is allowing us to sell the Maskarovka to get a Holloman. To score out an Azef. So by the looks of this was extract the Maskarovka to get a Holloman, and then you can use the text of Holloman for 3 advancements. Because of the... you can extract because of the text that says if you have installed a card from HQ this turn, but Ob often likes to install cards from their deck instead. And then afterwards we use the Tukana to go and fetch a replacement Maskarovka. And now Hermes bounces the card back to hand. So R&D going to be a little bit more vulnerable here with just a Descent in front of it, which is not a particularly taxing piece of ice. A 1 strength Code Gate Breaker, so even a weakened Shibboleth is going to just pay 1 to get through that. From what I can tell here, it looks like King Solomon's deck looking pretty thin. Could be the angle here, but looks like we're kind of running through. So we'll have seen most things here. Just working out now an option to try and find a way through and try and close out the game. However, the second scoring of Azef has put us on threat 4. So now Measured Response is very much live and very much a risk. King Solomon looking here, assuming he's playing 2 of each breaker, looking to find a barrier breaker of some kind, a Kurapura, I imagine. Throwing again. And just drawing again, just really looking for something that breaks ice that isn't after image here. Corp drawing, installing in the remote, taking 2 credits. Then installing over R&D, possibly the same piece of ice back again, just to keep that a little bit more protected. The worry, of course, being with Hermes that if you don't get ahead of things, then the runner can break through and find a card in R&D and therefore bounce the new card in the remote, which at this point of the game you're expecting to be an agenda every time. And of course here we've advanced the card, so it's looking even more like an agenda. Here comes down the second KakuRainbow. We've managed to find it. This is, however, dropping us below 8 credits, so we've got to be a little bit careful. We're then going to transfer of wealth using 3 credits. Now, stealing a bunch of credits, gaining a bunch of money, and then touching a card. That is a Miyoshu. So that is very worrying indeed, because that may mean that the Corp is planning to advance, play Miyoshu to be able to score out and gain 4 points in one go. So now King Solomon just needs to find an agenda anywhere. And unfortunately, with no code gate breaker, it's going to be very difficult to get through that descent. Just needs to work out the best option here, which may have to unfortunately be, with the unfortunate timing of SDS taking out the Kurapira and taking a while to find another one, and not finding a code gate breaker, maybe that we just have to run through. Okay, cool. We take out the Holloman. I think the only option here is now if we have a second transfer of wealth. No, we're going to draw for our last click, which unfortunately, from what we can see, might mean the end of the game here. If this is a 2-3, which comfortably, it looks like it might be so. Advance, advance. Score out the third Azef. Resolving the text just in case. Trashing a card, doing some damage. And then it doesn't matter because our final here is to play Miyoshu. 10 money or 2 points because you scored a card that you did not install this turn. And there we have it. A good game. Very well done for the odd player there. Managing to hold out. Interesting choice to play SDS, but it's worked very well for them. Crucially, it was the agenda that the runner just accepted they had to steal because either they were losing their Kurapira or they were losing their Kurapira. And that timing and that unfortunate draw for King Solomon has just meant that there was not a way through there. Well, that is round 1 of 9 for the Reading District here today. I'm going to go take a break now, and I'm going to do everything I can to fix some of this glare so we can make sure that the Netrunner experience is as good as possible for people at home. And then we'll see what we have back in the next round. Let's just switch to a 3-1 break screen once I update the text here, because currently it says text. What are we going to say? All right, we'll see you back in about 5 or so. Netrunner players, welcome back. We are here for round 2 of the Reading District Tournament here in Reading, UK. And we have fixed mostly the glare, so things are looking better for everyone. All right, here we have our 2 players for this round. We have Bahram Wu playing PD, and then also we have Faulty Ice on Lu here. The Corp here choosing to mulligan. The runner thinking about it, and also deciding to mulligan here. Just gonna make a few stream adjustments to move some things around for you. Go at the top there. This can be here, and this can be here. There we go. So we have a PD, which right now PD can be a lot of things. One of the options is to play Flood the Market PD and build out a bunch of small remotes with a single card and a single ice. This also means that you can play, gosh, the hardest part of being a Netrunner streamer is remembering the name of all the cards. What is that card? We're going to find it the hard way. It's an operation. It mentions, right, fully operational. It's so operational. So you can play fully operational. You can play Flood the Market, very nicely paired together. And with PD's ability, you can go back and get your Flood the Market back. So you only need to play 2 of them, really, because once you find one, you can just keep getting it back when you want to. So here we have Lu coming down, playing a unknown card, and then a Audrey, and then making a run. Trashing a big deal. That's a interesting card to see. Gives you a little bit of insight into the kind of PD you might be coming up against.
I forgot to announce when you need to be back after the lunch break. You need to get back here for 20 past 1. That's 13:20. I will be starting round 3.
Big deal. 3 to trash there. So big deal could mean that we're trying to square out a hand. It might be a one of, it might be multiple of, probably just a 1 or 2 of here. But will let us easily score out a hand. We can see after both have mulligans. Okay, now we're doing something interesting. We have got a Vulture Fund coming down, which is going to be gain 7 credits but take 1 bad pub, which this Lu player is going to be very happy to see, because now everything that's trashable is going to look a little bit easier. It may be that we just have a big money PD here that's looking to score out of hand and just play that way. Vulture Fund, this is the first time I've seen Vulture Fund played, so this is very exciting for me and hopefully for you guys at home as well. We're then icing up and being very mindful of the amount of credits we have here. We have 19 credits. No, I can't count. That's 14 credits. 14 credits. Hello, D-Law, and welcome. Bad pub salvo testing PD. Certainly could be. Salvo testing being the 5-3 that all HBs were forced to play if they wanted to play an in-faction HB agenda. But now we have the train to come through and fix things, we have Malaya's luxury line. So we have an order here with 1 counter. Fortunately for Baramu here, if we are playing a much more consolidated ice strategy, we can get a piece of ice on each of those central. In fact, we don't need it on each of the centrals, just on 2 of them, because we may be able to lock out the Audrey and deny the fuel for Audrey and also for Lou here. We've also got a Mystic Mayumi come down here with a wonderfully cute ult art. Thinking how to spend the rest of these clicks. Certainly seeing Big Deal and Vulture Fund is gonna raise a few alarm bells for Faulty Ice here, as they think, what am I coming up against here? Very much as a Lou player, hoping that the PD player is going to play wide so that you've got lots of small, easy service to walk into and trash a card. We can see we've got a Gourmand in hand, which will let us trash anything, which could be very useful. And we also have a Rising Tide as well. So we do have ways to get through barriers. However, in this case, you may have to be more worried about code gates, such as Sleep Near, one of the new cards from Vantage Point, a very popular HB Ice, probably playing 3 of it because it's just so good. And there we've scored an Elvigar Bifurcation. And as a result, Elvigar... What is this card? I've never... Okay. Elvigar Bifurcation. Probably butchering the pronunciation there, but a 1-2 agenda scored out to go pick up a Vulture Fund again, so I guess we can get more money there. This is going to be a very good deck into an Audrey based deck, because Bad Pub does not do much if you're breaking with Audrey, because you cannot spend credits for Audrey's abilities. Pitching 2 cards here, a Rising Tide and another card to break 2 of them, working out which of the last to break here. Sleep Near, a pretty nasty piece of ice. Letting the Corp draw a card, kind of fine. Oh, a little fumble here. Letting the Corp draw a card is okay. Not great. Letting them shovel a card from HQ archives into R&D is pretty terrible, because that means they can hide an agenda or they can get back an important piece of tech from their archives. And then also the end run, of course, ruining your plans as a runner. So we've got back our Audrey counter. Are we going to be able to use it on something here? We've gained 1 to... Again, forgotten the name of this card. But we will find it. There are ways. We have filters. We are looking at Solidarity Badge right there, which has gained a counter, which is going to let us remove a tag or draw a card. In this case, probably just being used for card draw. And we can see the Corp hand now a bit full of agendas, but we're going to play Hedge Fund first to gain 4 credits. We're then going to play Vulture Fund, a Hedge Fund and a Vulture Fund to gain an absurd amount of credits. And now I think we're on 2 bad publicity. And now we have 20 credits total, which means that the option of playing a big deal is very much available to the corporation. Now comes what looks like to be a sure gamble. I see there's an Ashen in hand as well, so we're planning to churn for our deck here and get things back and go for the long game if we need to. We're then going to put down a... I always want to say Tinker Tailor because of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, but it's actually the Tungsten Tailor instead. It's going to make ice a little bit weaker and pay us if we go through any 0-cost ice. We're then going to play the price, trashing a Steel Skin and a Strike Fund, so gaining 2 and 2 from all of that. And then we've got a Bravado that we cannot play, but we can install a boomerang is this? I think that's going to be a boomerang. Yeah, there we go. Boomerang going to be a good way to be able to get through even when Audrey is down or out of counters. Very difficult, I imagine, for faulty eyes here to assess the board state and what's going on. Myself, I have not played into a PD like this, so I do not know what's going on. We've got 6 cards in hand to reduce the odds, but there it is. That is a salvo testing. That does confirm the theory that this is a salvo testing focused core damage score from hand deck. And I think Bahrain was going to be pretty sad to have seen that gone, because that's a pretty crucial card for letting you do a lot of damage. Oh, but we're going to do it anyway. Maybe we've got a second one in hand. We spend a full 17 to go and score a salvo testing. The runner gets a salvo testing, so does the Corp, and then we tuck the big deal behind it so that, because it is removed from the game, they will lose. I believe that's a buzzsaw. And then the Corp working back what to take back, and they're choosing to take back a hedge fund here. Bahrain, as a fellow streamer, very aware of the stream experience and giving you the luxury of a clear flash of whatever card he's taking back each time. Guys here got a second boomerang in hand in case one doesn't work out. Just making lots of runs on R&D here. Just trying to find something. And also now with a hand size of 4 because of the core damage from the scored salvo testing, and particularly with the Elevagarbification, there's the risk that you could have another core damage come at any point, and that is going to turn a certain agenda online, which will be, if I remember,
the most aggressive move I've ever played. Just stole the record.
Ontological dependence is the agenda we expect to see in this deck, because once you give the runner 2 core damage, suddenly you can score these from hand, and in each time you score them from hand, you do an additional core damage. Going to play Steelskin Scarring here to draw 3. We found a pinhole. That card will be useless in this matchup, unfortunately. Now looking through these options, also knowing that 3 of these cards are going. But yes, indeed, Williams. Step 1 is completed. The salvo is in the bag. So the options here on 5 credits. So going to have to find a way to claw back up here. But certainly very, very happy to see that the runner is playing Audrey, because that means all of this bad pub is only helping you trash cards, but not doing much else. The Corp here drawing for turn, shuffling their hand. Oh, because Sleipnir is firing. They find a Jupiter grid. There goes. It is, yeah, it is. I had not noticed that, but Bahrain has Lego written on his hand. I wonder if he is playing an Anik deck himself, and therefore wants to remind himself to use that trigger every time. So we can see there is an Onto in hand, but unfortunately it's going to require 3 advancements right now. So there's not a way to score it easily. We need to find some other option available. Letting the runner in. They're going to steal a Elevator Garbification, which I think Borum would very much love to have had, because that could have been score that and then score the Onto next turn to close out the game. Instead, it's going to be a point for the runner. They just need to touch a 3-point agenda now. Yes, I have also spotted the same as you, Axu. It looks like we do have an Unleash in hand. I assume this is just Spare Influence Tag Punishment. Unleash is a card that's pretty scary. Let's have a look at that. As an addition, whilst the plays operation, remove a tag. Resonance will be device ignoring all costs. You may resolve a sub-routine on that ice. So possibly we have some tag-related ice. But maybe it might just be pure Seb punishment. And I have heard conversations earlier that people think Seb is the best runner right now. And so playing a single Unleash, what is this, 2 influence? Okay, only 2 influence is pretty nice to be able to remove the tag, which will upset Seb a bit because of Manuensis, but also be able to res and do something nasty. This deck might even be playing Tier. What is the worst thing you can do with Tier? Not that Tier. Not Tier's hand, Tier. Yeah, 2 core damage. So it gives you that option. It's a pretty niche line, but maybe it's worth having in your back pocket. And also, obviously, if you can get the effects of Tier to fire, it's pretty devastating. Taking 2 core damage is going to do a lot for you, and trashing a runner card and gaining money back. Currently on 9 credits for the Corp. Paying another hedge fund to go up another 4. So now at 13 credits? Yep. 13 is looking pretty close to 17. No, it doesn't look like a Plutus deck here. We have seen a lot of bad pub game with Vulture, so I don't expect to see Plutus, because it's just too easy to trash. As much as there are many delicious cards in Archives to be able to play, instead we're just doing it the purest way. Big deal out of hand, deal core damage to the runner, and then from that we can score our ontological dependencies nice and cheaply. It'd be interesting to see what the spare agendas are here. Believe there needs to be at least 1 extra agenda, so maybe there is a Let Them Dream. But maybe we're just playing... no, it could be Let Them Dream. Otherwise, there could be a Send a Message. Gives good value. If the runner steals it, you get a free res, and if you score it, you get good value. So, and it also is a 5-3, which makes things a little bit easier for closing out the game sometimes. In fact, no, there is no need for any other agendas. You can play 3 Salvo, 3 Ontological, and 3 Elevator Garbification, and that's all the agendas you need. PD being quite an unfair deck here in that there's so many agendas, there's so few agendas, and you have to find so many percentage of them in order to be able to win the game. Here, there's 18 points and you need to find 7 of them. But there are a bunch of PDs also that are playing Let Them Dream. And that gets, from the runner's perspective, the deck down to 15 points, which means you almost need to steal half of the cards, which is pretty brutal. Yeah, choosing here to basically never install this ice on R&D, and there is a big risk here. We didn't quite see the jackpot there of the triple daily casts. What's going to be the choice here? Daily casts, and an unknown last. We're going to bottom one of the daily casts. My guess would be that is a twinning because that is certainly a card I would consider taking over daily cast, especially in this board state. Now, the Corp on 12 credits, working out what they can do here. Only 1 core damage, so Ontological is not going to be easy to score. Going to draw 2 first with red level clearance. And then working out what the options are here. Probably was a draw 2, gain the click back. We've got 2 Unleash in hand, in fact. Gosh, that's a lot of influence dedicated to taking out Seb. Unless we have some other tag punishment in here, or tag giving cards, which I don't think we've seen. And then installing 2 remotes. Okay. These remotes are going to be reasonably easy to take down because, because we have bad pub. So I think it's 2 bad pub. So if it is the core damage upgrade, if it is a Jupiter grid, then 2 credits to take it down. It's kind of unnecessary, but I guess this puts a worry on the runner's side. It could also be that we're playing something a little more menacing. Like if we had some Beholds in here, 2 each, or some Checkers Scion. Then there are ways to take tags. And maybe the thought is they won't want to clear the tag and then you can unleash and do something incredibly devastating. Otherwise, maybe we are just burning some time. And unfortunately, also here, we're giving Audrey some cards to feed on. Unless these are, in fact, both agendas. You can see there's an Onto still in hand. 2 unleashes. Piece of ice. Making a run on HQ here, what do we find? It's an Unleash. And a second card, it's a YDL. Now drawing for turn. We're looking for the 3rd Elvigar. Using a Spin Doctor here to draw 2. Looks like we might be gaining a lot of money in a second. If there are 3 copies of Big Deal, it's very reasonable just to use a Big Deal on a 2-point agenda right now. Here comes YDL. Counting cards in hand. Going to gain, is it 5 or 6 credits here? 6 credits gained from YDL. Puts the Corp to 17 credits. Enough for Big Deal range. It is very possible that we've got some cards here that are just some nasty cards that if you ever run last or one before last click, you're just going to have a very nasty outcome for you. How is the runner going to respond here? They just need to see a 3-point agenda. There's 1 in the deck, for sure. Just checking through their bin here, working out whether this is the time to play Ashen. Or rather checking what else is in their deck, possibly in case they want to play the price. Oh no, Impish, you've been chatting in the past. Welcome back to the future. So we play Rising Tide here, gaining a twin encounter by using Paladin for it. we also play Echelon. It's going to help us get through centuries here. And we also have the Buzzsaw as well, which with the 1 reduced strength. Oh, here it is. Here's the tier. It has arrived. Let's get it up on screen. People don't see this one too often. We have a tier that is going to be incredibly expensive for Echelon here. Echelon is at 4 strength, 6. No, we have Tungsten Tailor, so it only costs 3 to boost and then 3 to break. But maybe here we're taking 2 core damage. That is very surprising. But I guess we have no option. Yeah, we just don't have the credits to be able to get through here. So, had to make choices. This is going to be brutal to come up against. And then, did we spend a click to stop the Trash and Sword Runner card? Now checking the bin here, being mindful of the fact that Buffer Drive can just pull back any card whenever you want it. You can remove Buffer Drive from game to put a card on top of your deck. Going to trash the Buzzsaw and gain 3 as the corporation. And then, by the looks of it, we're ending the run, or are we continuing here? It looks like we're ending the run, and that's the end of our go. Now we move over to the Corp's turn. I guess here, of course, you cannot give the Corp a tier chance, because if you spend a credit, they gain a credit, which means they can now score a 3-2 from hand. Oh, but there it is. That's a Elvigar scored from the table. Going to do a core damage. That is now 4 total core damage. It may have been. We currently have 8 credits for the Corp here. I'm going to take back a Red Devil clearance. And what's going to be next here? The runner has 3 credits and 2 bad pub, because we've had Vulture Fund played twice currently by Baramwu. Let's bring out Vulture Fund. It's good money, but it's also a bad pub. But in this deck, you don't care so much. And these cards naked on the table, certainly one of them is going to be Spin Doctor, which you don't have to worry about the bad pub, because you just use it as soon as you need to. And then the other one might be a core damage card. Yeah, certainly. With now Ontological being 0 advancement cost, Bar just needs an action to slap down the Ontological and close out this game. So as long as Faulty Eyes can make sure that Baramwu never sees an Ontological, and I think this is why Baramwu took back the red level clearance here as a way to fast draw 2 cards, just to be able to dig, because you just need a single action to put the Ontological on the table, and then you can score it out. Faulty Eyes, we're working out what to do here. Only has hand size of 1 because of all the core damage, which is going to make things difficult. But again, it is true that Faulty Eyes just needs to touch a single agenda. And Faulty Eyes passing the turn there, and there we go. Down comes the Ontological Dependence. Scored immediately. Also, we had a Nightmare Archives on the table. This is a menacing deck. And says, I can take bad pub, and if you're playing Audrey, you can do pretty much nothing with it. Yeah, Nightmare Archive can get you to the point where if you take all 3 of them, again, you have to you have to take even more agendas, and there's not many agendas in this deck. So there we have it. That is our round 2 here at the Reading District. HB with lots of bad pub, scoring from hand, using big deal, salvo testing, also playing with core damage to make sure we can score some nice, easy ontologicals at the end there. And a very interesting game against a Lou deck, reasonably classic Lou from the looks of it. Playing the things you'd expect, but also RISC making a meta call here to say a lot of people are running around with Audrey. It's a very good breaker, and this is a great way that I can play a deck that takes away all of the strength of Audrey and puts it straight in the bin. And there we have it. That is round 2. We're going to go now on a short break. And then we will be back for that next round to find out what we're playing next. Thank you all for joining. Do remember to drop a like on the stream, subscribe, and also just put some fun things in the chat. So when I come back, I've got some interesting things to read out, hear what people are saying, what they think of the meta right now, what they think we're going to see coming up later, and what they would like to see on stream, because there's many players here and I can make it happen. See you all later. Netrunner players, welcome back to coverage of the Reading District tournament. Aksu has asked, and it shall be so. We have got Kikai on stream playing Nebula.
Your names, would you want a hand?
Oh, yes. One sec.
Nikai. Hisashim. That's like Tanzan Hisashim.
Tans in or Tans N?
Tanzan with 2 Zs.
What is this?
Hisashim. Yeah, I will definitely remember getting on Hisashim next.
All right, we are back. This is round 3. I need to update this. And yes, we are here for the Reading District Tournament. Let's update that as well. We've got Kikai playing Nebula here against a Vic from Tanzan. Kikai, a very well-known player for winning a bunch of tournaments. Tanzan also a very good player, a very frequent player on the Netrunner scene. So let's see what we have in front of us today. We've got Nebula. From what I can tell, reasonably standard kind of Nebula. I think we've seen a superconducting hub in there, which is a good suggestion that we're playing the king-making Nebula. And then also on the other side, we have Vic. How do I find this card? PI? No, VIC. There we go, Virtual Intelligence PI. So the likely and current kind of, I think, standard Vic we're seeing is Vic is playing 3 copies of Transfer of Wealth, as every criminal does and should, and can remove those tags, effectively earning a click and a credit based on the discount and the fact that you draw a card and remove a tag. And also often playing a single copy of Eru ASA Pessoa. Let's bring that one up, as this is a card that lets you run through archives instead. You just have to take a tag, and it's a little bit easier to reduce that tag. So things seem good. And this way you can pressure both R&D and archives, and also you obviously have your HQ criminal pressure. So I think we've seen a mulligan here, a nice fist bump to get things started. And what have we got? It looks a little flooded in there. And also, it doesn't look like it's got any ice. So there's going to be some sweating going on Kikai's side, figuring out what we're going to do here. It should be noted that so far, this Nebula deck is to the right of the board. Maybe we have some assets. I always like to put my Nebula down and then go, let me just adjust and move everything over to HQ on the left, R&D in the middle, archives on the right, and then you don't really need anything else. This is a predictive planogram here to draw 3 cards. Will also give us a credit and flip at the end of turn. There's also a top-down solutions there to be able to draw more, install more. Which maybe you just have to YOLO it here. It looks like still we have no ice. It's a hedge fund as well. We might just have to see a sit back turn where you accept that you might get someone running straight into HQ here. Also working out here in advance what's going to be discarded. Playing a hedge fund there for 4 credits. And that looks like another predictive for another 3 credits. Yeah. So now up to 12 credits, gaining 1 more from ID text to go up to 13 credits. So a lot of credits, but not much to stop the other player. Hopefully, for Kikai, Tanzan would have taken a mulligan, but I'm not sure if he did. So we draw there into a bravado. That card is blank. surprisingly, for this current setup. Now, running HQ, finding a king making, stealing that, that's going to be annoying for Kikai to have to deal with, especially when there was no opportunity to have ice to protect himself, and then coming down with the class act to, at the end of turn, draw 4 cards and add them to hand, including 2 pinholes, which unfortunately probably going to be quite blank in this matchup. What are we going to see here? Again, no ice drawn. 2 Adens in hand, 2 1-pointers by the looks of it. Are we going to draw and then play top-down solutions and just, oh, it's rough. Another agenda. We're then playing Sudden Commandment to draw 2. We finally see the piece of ice. That's good to see. It's unsmiling Sarevna there. Then playing top-down solutions. Draw 2. Install 2. It's going to be 2 ice by the looks of it. It's like a funhouse on HQ. And then also an upgrade. I'm not sure what this upgrade is, but there we have it. And then last, working out what to play here. Okay, changing the ice position. Going to put the funhouse in R&D and then put an unsmiling Sarah on HQ instead. Then gain a credit and then flip over. Now over to the runner side. They've got 2 points up, so things are looking good for them. But now they're faced with 2 ice in front, and we can see they have a Dreamnet down there. Exactly what Vic wants to find. Running archives to take a credit. Look at the top 2. That might be a sliver of transfer of wealth there. Okay, Sable Fox says it may be an FTP. It could indeed be an FTP on HQ. Find a card. It is difficult to see from the glare, but there we go. On R&D, okay. So we're thinking it's an FTP on R&D, and then an unsmiling forever on HQ. Pretty nasty ice to face check into, but it's doable. Kikai here currently flipped. Hoping to stay so, I imagine. What will Kikai be able to do? Discarding 2 pinholes. Looks like they aren't going to do much. Although we have seen a single upgrade. And the gesture there suggests that maybe that is what has just happened. And then this card in the top of the screen in the right-hand side here from Tanzan is a daily casts. So the 4 representing 4 uses, each giving 2 credits at the start of turn. So we're going to play Petty Cash. And then we're going to gain a click from that, install, then we can triple advance and score out a superconducting hub, which says you have +2 hand size and you may draw 1 or 2 cards. Obviously not the ideal way to score this card. Ideally you'd score it off a king making, but sometimes needs must. And this way, having a thicker hand might make it a little bit easier to reduce the risk of the runner seeing some agendas in there. Especially if you can score, you know, get 2 or 3 of these in your score area, then things are looking a lot better. But that is 1 petty cash used so far, along with the superconducting hub. So I believe this is a run on archives to gain a credit and do a little filter search, looking for a breaker or a way to have some more certainty about what you're running into. Can be difficult when you haven't seen a single piece of ice yet. You don't know what you're coming up against. In a bravado, using a server to run into, running into HQ. It looks like we might see a res here. It's going to be pretty tough, but it happens. That's an unsmiling Sarevna. And on that, it's all going to fire. It's going to be take a tag, do 2 net damage, and you may draw 2 cards. However, for Vic, the tag is a little less bad. So taking a tag there, 1 tag. 2 net damage, taking these 2 here. What do we got? That's a Gachapon and an Echelon. Gachapon being a way to go and find the Dream Net if you didn't find it earlier. And also a way to go get programs. And possibly also a way to go find Twinning or Mystic Mermy. Now they're deciding about their access here. They have made it through the Unsmiling Srevna. The Corp has drawn 2 cards, so they are flush with cards. They are now flipped. There is a flagship there that we've chosen not to res. Flagship being a great new card in Vantage Point to be able to prevent a flip from happening. Accessing 1, and there it is. That is a... I'm going to have to find out what that one is. It is a agenda that gives you a tag from the current set. That is an Oracle Think Tank. So the runner takes a tag, and also if the runner remains tagged, which they haven't in this case, but you would be able to remove a tag to shuffle that agenda back in. So the runner now on 3 points. Threat 3, which is important because that is also when Eru comes online. So if Eru comes into hands, we might see Eru being an option just to cheaply run archives. You won't be able to flip Nebula from it, but you will be able to breach R&D still. So it doesn't quite like Baker move the server over. So we've played YDL, which is going to be an operation, which is important because we need to play one to be able to flip back so that we can score things. That's what Nebula most wants to be doing. Staying flipped so that you have the option to be able to score using a variety of tools such as Petty Cash. And then flipping back and having a click ready. So when the time is right, we can always rest the flagship to make the run not be declared successful and therefore stay flipped. Yeah, it is another remoteless Corp. You are correct, Williams. A surprising one. From what I can tell, Nebula is not particularly much stronger. Flagship is probably the only real change to the deck. Maybe a slight change in ice. But for the most part, Nebula is reasonably unchanged, and Nebula had reached a point where I think most people had learned that there were just ways you could figure out playing around it, and that would keep it in check and stop it from scoring. And particularly with the opportunity for false lead being gone from the game now that that card is banned, you don't have the line of being able to try and kill the runner amongst it all. So drawing here into a moon pool, which is going to be a way to be able to score out and get some agendas back in the deck. First choosing to draw. Now we've got 2 Spin Doctors, a moon pool, a couple of agendas, including the one that gives a tag when scored or stolen. Drawing again into an Unsmiling Srevna. And then playing a hedge fund. The Corp obviously on 7 hand size because of the superconducting hub here. And then installing into a remote, which from what we can tell will just be a Spin Doctor. Yes, of course, because the hedge fund was a free click because we are a flipped Nebula. Now comes KakuRainbow. Also comes down Shibboleth. It's going to help us get through most things. There is a risk of sentries and possibly sentries that will destroy programs. However, might not be exactly what we expect to see in this deck. We run and we see an F2P. That's going to be annoying, but because the runner is not tagged, it's going to be a little less annoying. Still expensive, but a little bit safer. So for 4 credits, can break both these subroutines. Although maybe Vic is happy to take a tag, because then it's either 2 to not take the tag, but because the fact that you get to do card draw after, it's kind of not so bad. Obviously, depending on what we see here, if we were to see a Behold or something similar, then we would probably regret taking those additional tags. Accessing now, seeing just 1 card after we do our DreamNet Class Act filter draw. Seeing just 1, is it an agenda? It is not. And then last, removing a tag and drawing a card with Vic's ability, which is once per turn. Now over to the Corp side. Mandatory draw into a YDL. It's going to feel pretty good with that superconducting hub to be able to have so much money. Got a Spin Doctor here, going to res that in order to be able to draw 2 more cards, which will be 2 more credits for the YDL. YDL important here. It's an operation and will allow Nebula to flip back. Thinking about it, but also there is the option to overdraw here in order to be able to throw out some agendas if we think that we're better off dragging the game out a little bit longer or just having a little bit less risk inside our deck. Playing Petty Cash here, that looks like. Install. Wanting to get the Petty Cash in the bin so that we have the opportunity to be able to score out from hand next turn if we're not flipped back. So a run made against the Spin Doctor. Tanzan now thinking, Kikai thinking about what to spin back and or whether to spin back. It could be an option to let the runner trash it. Putting back a top-down solutions. And a predictive planogram, I believe. And shuffling those in. Now, it could be that top-down solutions with Moonpool is a way to, for 1 click, get 2 advancements down. This does mean that then you can score a king making from hand, which is good because that is your main way to get more points. You want to score a king making to get 3 points at once. However, with Petty Cash, Petty Cash you have 4 clicks. So yes, top-down solutions Moonpool is a way to make that happen. Using a Spin Doctor here to like a YDL and a hedge fund, wanting to have more money, more operations. Now it's over to Kikai to think about what to do. Oh no, in fact we are still on Tanzan's go. Drawing into a clean getaway. Got a few options here, but maybe some uncertainty about the different centuries we might come up against. So now we have a Chesva down, which is going to give us some free money to run through, swapping those out, I believe, for some nice recurring credits. There we go. Over to the Corp, drawing for turn. Drawing into a predictive planogram. And with 3 agendas in it. Looking for a way to score a king making and then probably just put a card from hand out there. We are flipped, so there is a line now to be able to score out give a tag and stay flipped. However, with 14 credits, it's a little light. If you spend 3 of them scoring out, it might make it a little harder to res both these eyes and the flagship if you need to. We also have an amazing amusements. And we have YDL for 7 credits by the looks of it. And then 3 credits left, 3 clicks left now. Drawing for turn. That is the top-down solutions, which maybe if we have the Moonfall, we have the option to be able to score that out of hand. We also have a Piranhas in hand as well, a very nasty piece of ice. Considering where we put it, maybe we're thinking about installing it now. Nebula here just going very tall on one server as a way to deal with the runner. And then we're also putting an upgrade, that will be the Amazing Amusements on R&D. Over to the Corp side, to the runner side, sorry. A little bit tired here. We need coffee. We need more chess for on this stream. Drawing first to trigger class act. Paying 1 for a leech to make things a little bit cheaper, especially with the shibboleth. Then spending 3 to bravado into archives with 1 credit, but also 2 Chesva credits. So it can break a good amount of things, but not a lot. And sometimes people put very scary things in archives. That to me looks like it's a Klavetnik. Don't believe we're giving the runner... There's no point blanking a runner card here. So just forcing them to have to pay quite a bit to get through. Then using DreamNet to gain a credit and draw a card. Duplicate of Hermes there. And then looking through to see what looks like another predictive planogram in the bin. Gaining our credits from Bravado. Then working out what do we do with the last 2 clicks. We do have a transfer of wealth and we want to set up for it. And obviously the Corp is a little bit more worried about transfer of wealth, and particularly with the flagship being there, there is the risk that you play transfer of wealth and it does nothing because they read the flagship. And also it won't cause a flip. So a lot of disincentive given here by Kikai to Tanzan to say, it's not worth running, don't come in here, it's not worth your time. And finishing here by playing an open market. Here comes top-down solutions. Drawing 2. Then installing 2. Are we going for the king-making play? It looks like it might be. We're going to gain the credit from playing an operation, gain the click from playing an operation. Res Moonpool for 3. Then popping the Moonpool, crashing up to 2 cards from HQ, which in this case are probably both going to be agendas. Yep, there we go. And then that's going to place 2 advancements. And then we've got 3 left, so we can advance, and score. With 1 click left as well. The difficulty here is coming up against Vic. It's very likely that Vic is going to be playing Eru as a way to take advantage of the tag cheapening text. So we're going to draw up to 3, going to draw the full 3 here. Giving it a shuffle, looking through for a 1-coster. We go for another superconducting hub. That's 4 points now for the corporation and 3 points for the runner. And also, that's a hand size of 9 for Kikai here. Hermes bounces back, returning a card to hand. A little surprising, I thought that we might see the flag should come back here. Oh, but there is a click left, so it doesn't really matter what you do. This way, at least, it forces the Corp to spend a credit. Yeah, with 2 agendas being shuffled back from Moonpool means that R&D is looking pretty dense right now. You could possibly even say it looks like a Christmas piñata. That is a very old Netrunner reference. Stuffed full like a Christmas piñata of agendas. And if Eru comes down, it's going to have a pretty high chance of hitting agendas when it wants to. Drawing here first, choosing between the 2. Putting a class act to the bottom in order to take another card. That's a Gachapon. I'm going to pop the Gachapon immediately after playing it to look at the top 6. Hitting, unfortunately, no good targets here. There's a replacement Dreamnet that does nothing because you can't have 2 of them, and the rest are just going to be shuffled back. There might be a little like a judge call here as well. Like, what do we do? I think it's just you may install. So if Gachapon doesn't find anything at all or anything you want, you can just ignore that bit. Yeah, you may install a program of virtual resource from them. Shuffle 3 of the remaining into your stack, then remove the rest from the game. It's just a bit of deck thinning here. We can see that we have a Wake Implant, which is going to be a good way to be able to dig a little deeper on R&D. But the time is coming in, and especially against this deck, it's going to be quite difficult to make that Wake Implant do much for you. Two clicks left on the runner side. A difficult deck also to play against because you want to play your run events, and unfortunately there's not too many places to run. So here are we going to run into archives just to get a leech counter, a counter on Kurapira, very nice, but then also 6 credits back, and a Dreamnet crediting card. Then gaining our 6 back, yeah. Up to 10 credits now. A good amount of credits to be able to do a lot of things with. Also a reasonably cheap run because of the Chesva. And then drawing as last, hoping to find some better options. Over to the Corp's turn, still flipped. 4 points. Can they find 3 more points? Thinking here, we have agendas in hand, but do we just want to push one out? Maybe it's worth. I had to make a decision here whether you want to score 2 1-pointers, sorry, a 1-pointer and a 2-pointer, or whether you want to try and find the other king making. But there's only 1 left in the deck, so a little bit of a challenge. Looks like we're thinking about the petty cash here. First click draw into a hedge fund. Second click. Drawing again. We think? Yep. Into a YDL. Maybe our third click here. But in fact, it might just be hedge fund. Let's see. No, going for YDL instead. And then should be 1 click left now. Yeah. Draw, play. 1 click left. What's it going to be? Install what looks to be a Spin Doctor.
get overpaid for the position. Like there are
So running a cheap run on archives here, I think. Thinking. Gonna draw 2. And then gonna think about shuffling some back. There's no agenda in there, so it wasn't necessary to do that at that point, but we did nonetheless. Oh, sorry, because we're pinhole fearing. Yes. Drawing cards and then saying, hey, you can do what you want. Pinhole probably here going for the flagship. 4 credits to trash. Flagship, a ritzy upgrade. Hands in here, looking at 2 walls of ice and working out, is there a way I can get through? Ideally playing a transfer of wealth, but it's a little expensive. We know that if there's a barrier, we can bypass it if we need to. Instead, for now, going down with a daily costs. Gonna have 4 uses for 8 credits over 4 turns. And then looks like we are playing a new daily casts, a new class act, so we can draw up and have more cards in hand. Hopefully looking for an option and a way to get through. Drawing into 2 clean getaways there and a transfer of wealth, I believe. One echelon in the bin. Looks like we're looking for the other echelon. Here we go for install. Rezzing Moonpool for 3. We're trashing 2 cards, revealing 2 agendas for 2 advancements. Advance. There's a king making, and there is the final point, getting to 7 points. 2 king making sword with possibly the same moonpool for both of those. Very interesting game there. Nebula is coming back a little bit. Definitely not the popular pick for what to play. We've got a Piranhas into 2 Unsmiling Serebnas. Very taxing, even just at a bare minimum of it being 8 subroutines to get through, I think. Particularly with Piranhas definitely having the text of if the Corp has more cards in HQ than you do. Yeah, so 8 or in fact 9 to be able to get through HQ in terms of subroutines. And then also needing the strength. So that's going to be very expensive indeed. Then there was an Amazing Amusements and another Unsmiling Serebna. All 3 Unsmiling Serebnas appearing. Just to give a nice spiky attack for anyone who comes poking in their service. So there we have it. Nebula is back. Nebula is working. And Flagship is helping a bunch. Seeing some interesting new ways to play it, including scoring with a Moonpool. That I believe we're trying to get back the same Moonpool with the Spin Doctors. There used to obviously, of course, be 2 options where some people would play the KakuRainbow version, where you would score, stoke the flames? Stoke the flames? Is that what it's called? Stoke the embers. That's what we're doing. There is that option. And then obviously there is also the original version that I think a lot of people were familiarized with from soccer playing it, which is the king-making nano management version. The difference here being that Moonpool cost 1 less influence and gives some agenda shuffling back. So maybe it is a better option. We'll have to see by the end of today how the scores are doing for this Nebula deck. But thanks all for joining for round 3 of the Reading District Tournament. We had Kikai versus Tanzan, and it's a win for Kikai with a Nebula deck this time. But we'll see what happens in the next round. We'll now go on a quick break. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome back. We have now got a game of Knight from Chess playing Ob against Nikki 3.0 playing Musley Hat. How do we think this is going to play out? I had a little look at both decks to get an idea of alt arts, and the cool thing to let you know is that Musley Hat is playing at least one copy of Concerto, which I think is great. I just think it's a good card. It's a run event, so you can draw it, and when you play it, you draw a card. So, feels good to me. All right, starting with the op play here, drawing for turn. Hedge funds. Ice, looks like, oh no, ice asset. We do have a basalt in hand. This could be a spin doctor on the table here. Or could be a Mavias that we're planning to pop whenever. That looks like a bravado there, running into the Maskarovka, which is going to be good for the Corp there to gain 2 of their money back, so it's only a 1-cost res. But the runner also pretty happy here because they gained a bunch of money from their bravado. No access this time though. Then drawing. We've got a Mystic Mayhem in hand, which is going to be very good for having money for the rest of the game. And then also a class act. Not class act, daily casts. There we go, playing them down. So 8 credits coming through later. And then also we have our Mystic Mayhem giving us a credit a turn. The modern day Rezeki. So here we install Reza Spin Doctor, Reza Trank Grid that was just naked on the table, and then install on it, gaining net 1, and then icing it up. Surprising play. I guess we expected the runner not to interact with this. Here we have Musley Hat just drawing for options here, trying to find something. R&D is open, so that clean getaway can just be used, but also we can just wait a little bit longer, use it later if we need to. I'm going to make a run here into the remote, see what ice gets rezzed. That is an event horizon. So fortunately, you can just let it all fire and nothing happens, forcing the Corp to res 4, which may have a little impact on their credit totals for anything they might want to do later, including the threat of measured response, which is something you always need to have in your mind when you come up against an Ob, or any Wayland, to be honest, is that if you stretch yourself a little too thin, you might find that you don't have enough to pay the tax for stealing agendas. Or in fact, the tax for successful runs. So here we have a Mavirus rezzed and popped on the runner's turn in order to go and fetch Regolith, and also gaining 2 credits. Oh, in fact, sorry, this is mid-run. We're deciding to do this. I guess this was a defensive measure to make sure that the Regolith isn't trashed. So maybe we were on 1 Regolith and we just really wanted to get it into our remote. Here, we're going to use it 3 times to take 9 credits, doing our mandatory draw, and that will be it for the turn. And back over to the runner. Gaining 1 to Mystic Mayhem, gaining 2 from daily casts. Looking at the top card, choosing not to reveal or say anything. Then drawing for turn, drawing again. Playing a touchstone, and then playing a sure gamble to start getting some stealth credits in. Now, I don't know exactly what the stealth credits are for. It could be that this is just a way to get a credit a turn. But it could be that these stealth credits are being used for a few other purposes, one of which would be Baker, as a way to move the run to another server when you run archives. Or additionally, it could be that we're going all out And we're playing a few touchstones so that we can guarantee finding it so we can support our after image, which is the most efficient sentry breaker in the game. Now installing on the Corp side, taking once from Regolith, installing on R&D to make sure there's no cheap easy accesses there, and then also installing a second card in the remote just to give a bit more defense for later. Haven't seen any homies yet, so it seems pretty safe to get that down now. Runner not able to find a card with Musley Hat, then drawing twice, drawing a third time. Now thinking amongst many options, we can see a Sunken Seal in hand. There it is. Code Gate Breaker, found and installed. It's a tricky Code Gate Breaker. Turns out if you search for code, you're not going to find it. It's Sunken Seal I'm looking for. Yeah, it's a tricky one to use, but it is slightly more efficient in some cases. For cheap code gates, it does a pretty good job. However, as soon as they get a little bit more strength, it can become a bit more taxing. So compared to Unity, you're going to have... Well, Unity is often going to be similar in the long run to Sunken Seal, but this you can play sooner, and also it's in faction, so you don't have to spend 2 influence on it, which is quite nice. Now we've got a Malapert Data Vault being summoned from the Regolith. And then installing twice in the remote. It could be here that we have Holloman and Basalt. Or it could be a Mabaris to go fetch the Holloman with a Basalt. Or it could be another agenda, but we know that there was a Basalt in hand earlier. And we haven't had anything dumped into archives yet. Corp on 20 credits. So also here, in faction, having the option of Neoshu too, as a way to close out the game a bit more easily, instead of having to score a 5-3. And still just looking for more breakers here. There's a twinning. We're going to play Hermes. It's going to be good because it looks like this might be an attempt at scoring here, so that will give us a good push ahead. Eric Hayden from Neon Static is in the chat. Thank you for popping by. Welcome to the stream. I will chop them up later, probably over this very, very long Easter weekend so that people can watch these back later and enjoy some of the games from here in Reading, but also previously from London as well. Now looking very, very flush with credits. From 16 credits on the runner side, but also 22 credits on the Corp side. It is a Holloman, which I think we're going to see 4 credits spent for 3 advancements. Then advance. That is going to be a Basalt Spire scored. Now, we have a number of triggers to happen here. First, the Corp gets to search for a card from Malapert Data Vault. Malapert Data Vault, not necessarily an amazing card, but is a 1-coster, which makes it important because there are not that many 1-costers available to the Corp. In fact, I'm just going to take a little look at what ones there are. If we look at anything that isn't an operation, I don't think we're going to have many options in this list. Certainly not things that do a lot. In fact, no, wait, I'm not searching the current card pool. Yeah, we've got Hearts and Minds, Malapert Data Vault, Water Wall, Lunar Campos, and Shackleton Grid for everything that isn't an operation and costs 1. Within Wayland, that is. Of course, if we expand to neutral, then... Oh. If I can type correctly. Then we also have the powers that be, Tithe, and be 1001. So the options of 1-cost cards is pretty low for Ob right now. So now that the basalt scored, the difficult thing for Nikki 3.0 here is that measured response is a threat. And not only is it a threat, it could be 2 measured response for the price of 1. Because Basalt Spire will let the Corp go and get back a card from archives, add it to their hands so they can play a measured, go fetch it back, and then play it again. So now we're icing up, defending more, putting ice on HQ and R&D, stacking it up a bit. Also putting a card in the remote though, which we're taking money from Tranquility Grid by the looks of it. Now back to the runner side. We've got a Kurapir in hand, which is going to be useful because Wayland is very often full of barriers. We've also got a Mystic Mermaid that's looking to get spent on something. And we do have, it does look like an after image as well. So we're going to spend 3 on that, 4 on the after image, and now we have our Breaker Suite down. Let's remind ourselves of after image because it's a little less seen. Just a normal regular credit to break up to 2 Sentry subroutines. So it's 1 cost to go for Event Horizon. Very, very efficient indeed. Then running on this remote here, we see a Sandstone. A very large wall to get through, but one that Kurapir can get through. When it's encountered, it gains a virus counter, so it drops down to 5 cost. But just letting that happen at this moment, because we don't have the credits to break through. Now, next turn, looking for something to spend this Mystic Mermaid credits on, and to be able to get a counter. Installing to gain 2, advancing advancing the install card, also spending 3 on virus to go and fetch Tucana, it looks like, or in fact no, trashing it with Azef. So we've already used our trigger this turn. No, we get to first go and get the Tucana that can in fact then be used for going and fetching a piece of ice. It's very good, all this ob stuff. It's a little bit fiddly. There's a lot of cards. You play one of a lot of them, but they come together very, very nicely indeed. So we're going to do, from this Azef, we're going to do 2 meat damage, which is going to hit 2 money cards by the looks of it. A Carpe Diem and something else. And then we're also going to go and fetch a piece of ice with Tucana firing in convenient ordering for Azef Protocol. And also Malapet Dataport going and fetching an extract so that we can bounce our resources up whenever we need to. Going to install and res a Tithe, paying 0 overall. And Hermes will bounce the card there back to hand. So now we just have a Tithe on R&D for the turn, which is not looking great when it costs 1 credit for 1 credit, which can be from Chesva, for the after image to get through there. Nikki 3.0 seemingly not hitting and showing us the Muesli hat and saying, what great text I have. Again, not hitting. It is the frustration of playing Muesli hat. Now what are we playing? This is a transfer of wealth, I believe. Coming down to run HQ, we have all the breakers out. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 total credits available if we need them, including from the touchstone. So it's very likely we get in here, but depending on the res cost of this ice, if this is an development, there's only 1 credit left, but we're expecting this to be possibly an Event Horizon, maybe a Sandstone, maybe a Descent. Choosing not to res here because we want to keep some credits around. Spending from touchstone. And then coming through to access here, choosing to access 2 cards, doing the transfer, gaining 6, the Corp losing 3, taking a tag additionally. Now, can they find an agenda here? If they do, they will get the Hermes bounce, which will let them put back the unresed ice. They find an extract, and the second card, they find a measure response. That one will be getting in the bin, I imagine. Yeah, indeed. Do not want that card around. This also is alive. Very much alive. That is an important reminder that measure response can be played right now and will do 4 damage. We've drawn into a class act, but we also are tagged. So the question here, the option also is just to play an event to have more money, but it might be that twinning is going down, or that we're losing a random card from hand. I think we're removing the tag here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's too easy for the Corp just to take out the Mystic Mayme or the twinning, or even both. Losing a random card, it's daily casts. Fortunately for Nikki 3.0 here, we have a class act in hand. We would have loved it earlier, but now that we have it, it does mean that we can install it and go up to a phenomenal hand size in order to be able to dodge maybe a double or triple measured if we need to. It should be noted that that one measured in the bin can just come back to hand whenever the corporation wants because of the Soul Spire. In fact, actually, wouldn't this have just been a win here? I guess we didn't have the credits because of the transfer. Drawing again. Now we've got triple class act in hand. Thinking about what to do here. It's a regolith. We'd like to take it down with that pinhole threading, but that's not ice on archives. Archives is uniced. That is just the player's hand there. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. It's funny, I'm not next to them. I'm on a table very far away from them, but somehow when I ask them to do something, it happens. So here we have pinhole threading, running through archives, probably taking out the money hit. No, taking out the Holloman. And then playing class act. We have achieved a successful run. Just wondering the ordering here, I think, of Mystic Mayme versus Class Act. Drawing 4, then Mystic Mayme firing, it seems. And there we have, losing a clean getaway, some money that would have been quite nice to have. And then passing turn. I think Netrunner just here thinking about getting back the measured response. No, there's not enough money to be able to play it 3 times, but if they had 15 credits, they could play the same measured 3 times? No. They could play it twice, and if they had another one in hand. Alright, where for the Corp to go from here? We've got a regolith that we want to cash out. We also do have an extract, so if we need to, we can extract measured and so on. I'm going to extract the face down here to gain 6 total credits. Got an envelopment in hand. That's going to be an annoying piece of ice still. We're putting that on the remote. I think here we're considering pushing into the remote and saying, you can't get in. It's too expensive. And that's what I need to be able to close out this game. Or rather saying that because the runner doesn't have enough points at this moment, there's not a way here for them to be able to easily score through. There was also an option here to use the Spin Doctor to put back the Holloman and then extract the Maskarovka to put the Holloman back in the remote. If you think that it's well enough protected that it's too difficult for the runners to get through. So Carpe Diem here. Running R&D, paying for the access, using all the counters to do 3 cards. All staying. Unfortunately, no agendas here. Could be that we also have an agenda in the bin. But we have a Spin Doctor to protect it. Here comes another transfer of wealth. Trying to keep the court's credits down. Stealing a bunt. There's a descent. And then I think clearing the tag immediately at the end of turn. Possibly already in advance. And the Mystic Mayme fires again. There is, unfortunately, that's Concerto gone. I was hoping this card would get played because I think it's a fun Mostly Hat card. So Spin Doctor getting removed from the game to put back Holloman and Mavaris. Makes a lot of sense. They are very good ways to tutor from the deck. Also because I think we want to find an agenda here because I don't know, it's a difficult server. The remote is not that well defended. It's got the event horizon, so it requires a second run, and you get to install a piece of ice when you trash the event horizon. But we need it to be expensive enough that we can defend that server properly and have the credits to score out still, whilst also keeping alive the threat of double or triple measured response, which is definitely a challenge for the runner here because they've lost quite a few money cards and they haven't been drawing much from Mostly Hat's ability, so definitely a little economically starved. Installing a Resing Spin Doctor here. Using Regolith twice. Lots of ice options available. Probably worth putting, okay, and then just pitching one. Yeah. Install Spin Doctor, Regolith twice. A worrying openness to R&D right now. Gonna play Sure Gamble, finally cashing out this Mystic Mayme to gain 9 entire credits and also a 10th on Touchstone. Very, very good indeed. Now being a lot more resilient to the threat of measured response, that's for sure. Although I did actually running R&D, seeing 1, 2 cards. That's all it's going to be this turn. Unfortunately, no option here to be able to use to gain 20 counters out of turn. It's not an easy thing to do, but there are ways it can be done.
Well, I mean, there's always. watching the first round on stream was 3 hours in for
What's it going to be on the Corp side here? We've got a open market from the runner there to finish out the turn. Just trying to keep money up. They've got enough for 2 measure response. There is a measure response, in fact, drawn to hand. Then drawing into a basalt. That could be the agenda they want to score with. Honestly, the option here could just be install advance and just say there's a very good chance. Okay, yeah, we're extracting this out for 1 coster. Are there any 1 costers left in the deck to go fetch? Nope, just taking money. And then just installing. So looks like we don't have a way to go get the Holloman. There could have been a line here to like extract the Maskarovka to pull the Holloman and just put a fork to the runner that says run this or don't and die. Did they touch the basalt? A measured response is coming back to hand. That means then you've got 2 measured response, and you can use the basalt token of the scored one to get a 3rd measured response, which is usually very difficult for a run to come back from, especially because running that server and trashing cards is absolutely going to cost Nikki 3.0 some money here. Running here into an envelopment, resing for 5. Comes with a bunch of counters. Coming here with 4 power counters. Now just working out here how much it's going to cost to get through the entire thing, knowing that Event Horizon can fire to go and pull an additional sandstone, a very expensive piece of ice. However, could be a bypass with could be a bypass later on. And then encounter the next ice. Thinking about paying the cost also means that with Hermes there's going to be nothing to bounce back here. Choosing to break all of envelopment for the Kurapira counter, but there is the option to undercook it by 1. Then paying 1 to break Event Horizon. Event Horizon being trashed to go and fetch. What are we going to fetch here? Could also be an Afshar if it only has 2 subroutines. So yeah, it's going to be a Maskarovka, which is kind of good news for the Kurapira, but not amazing. Still requires boosting to strength first, so I think overall is more expensive. Yeah, 2 to boost and then 2 to break means that it's just about worth it because Kurapira pays 3/4 the cost of anything, and Sankansil would just be 2 to go through Afshar on the remote. And then we got 1 click left here for Nikki 3.0. It doesn't look like Knight from Chess has a way to score out this basalt immediately, but it is absolutely the case that we could see some measure response shenanigans going on here. We already know also that if the runner can make a successful run somewhere, that the Corp does have access to 3 measured responses if they want. Okay, the Kurapira has 4 total counts now, and we're running HQ. That's why. Running HQ, what are we going to see? 5. That's going to be a Sandstone. And then a second card. We see a measure response. It has to be trashed. If you got less than 8 credits, you might as well trash it because it makes it slightly harder for the Corp there. Oh, maybe we're thinking twice about it. Right, it's hard to see how many cards we have in hand there. Might be 3 or 4 cards in hand. If it's 4 cards, so we can survive 1 hit, but a triple measured is game over. So taking it out here, which is necessary, that wasn't taken out, it would be game over. Needed to access specifically that card here. Then running R&D, finding an STS drone deployment to sell the Ches for 4. And getting the bounce back to send the Basalt back to hand. That is very nice indeed, to be certain that that's not going to happen. 4 cards in hand. There goes measured. And then using Basalt to replay measured. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, the fork of Ob. You either let them score or they don't let you live. Either way, it's very, very tough to come up against. And particularly with Musley Hat missing on a lot of draws, missing out on those extra cards each turn. It's a tough one indeed. Time for us to go on break. We'll be back soon for the next round. Thanks for stopping by. This has been the Reading District round 4 of 9 rounds of Swiss today. Every player playing 9 games of Netrunner. It's going to be good. The games will go long, and we'll see probably some crazier stuff coming up later as people get a little bit tired, a little bit more unsure, and we see what happens as an end result. See you all guys in a bit. Netrunner players, welcome back to round 5 of 9 of the Reading District tournament. Here we have BTL with a quick goose-based hedge fund and then 2 installs against a Ricky Martin Magdalena Altart. This is a very interesting weird deck that people have been enjoying. So it's been a draw, read, write, share, and an install. Not quite sure what happened there, but moving on. Out pops a Spin Doctor, install and making a remote, install a card in it, and then passing over. Read, write, share triggers, tucking one and then putting one into hand. What we do know of the Dobob deck here is it's full of combo stuff. Here we have an Ice Wall. Not an Ice Wall. That's not the name of that card. Tree Line, that's the one. Let's bring up Tree Line. Just a big barrier. Forcing the Corp to spend some money there. Then coming through to end up playing Creative Commission. And then Magdalena discarding it at the turn to install another Read, Write, Share to install and draw a card. Just doing a lot of churning here to find the useful pieces needed to pull off this very weird combo indeed. Advancing the Tree Line. Because with BTL, you get to basically gain a credit. Drawing 3 for turn. And then what are we going to do next here? Looks like we chose not to use the Read, Write, Share. I guess we're worried about what's on the table and what we might need to do about it. Thinking about credit numbers here, we're going to play Super Corridor for 4. Let's bring this one up because people do not play this card. Gives you hand size. Also lets you snap credits to gain 2. So you might eventually make your Super Corridor cost 3, but it's going to take a bit of time. Resing here a Tranquility Home Grid. The runner on 9, the Corp on 6. Then installing Gachapon at the end of turn. Also have +1 hand size from this Super Corridor here, which will help with the risk of measured response. Installing, there is also Tukana there, I believe. So install, advance, gaining 2 from the Trank Grid, if that is a Trank Grid, I believe it is. And then from the Tukana, we go and fetch Biavac, which we install and res, forfeiting the agenda in order to do so, and then gaining 4. Let's just check here. Tukana. Scored or stolen. Install and res that ice, paying a total of 3 less. Okay, looks like we might have a little rules dispute here. Yes, and then forfeiting the agenda. So that is 1 agenda point out of the deck now. But there is a Biavac on the remote. A big, nasty crocodile indeed. Which, if the BTL player here, Motion Blur, can play fast enough, might be able to get things done before they have to worry about combo happening to them. That's 1 Read, Write, Share used. Second one. Gonna tuck a Memory Diamond and draw. Are we doing it? No, we are ritualing first. Got an Illumination as well. That's going to be nice. Don't have the Mew right now because of Read, Write, Share, but we can pop one at any point. Unfortunately, there is no threat from the Corp side right now. Hand size is 6. No, it's 7. I don't know why we put a 6 here. Oh, sorry, hand size is 6. Yes, it's +1 from Super Proto. What will come next for Dolbob and this tricky combo Magic Man combo deck? Thinking long and hard about the options here. It's like gain 2 credits, install Simul Chip, and then discard for end of turn a Gachapon. Now for the Corp, drawing for turn. Then we got a remote ready for a card. We want to, but also the kind of looming threat of basically whatever the heck is going on Dolbob's side of the board here. With 2 read-write shares geared up with cards, we've got 2 Gachapon and a Simul Chip waiting to do stuff. Install, advance, advance. First, going to tuck 1 card. There's an elimination here. Yep, then draw. So then not using the other one, drawing 3 cards. And then playing a Memory Diamond for 2. And then now at 7 hand size. Looking for a 7 on a 6 there, I think. So just switching out for some dice, just to make sure we can have the right... Yep, there we go, 7. 7 hand size. And then discarding 1 at the end of turn is another Memory Diamond. So now up to 8 total hand size. Triple advance of Assault here to gain 2 counters. And using Tucana again to go fetch a piece of ice and install it. What is the biggest, scariest thing we can find here? There is a Logjam in the deck. It's not going to have much text though, but it's an Event Horizon, okay. Event Horizon on R&D. Then read, write, share triggers. Just looking at what's on this other read, write, share. Each of these taking up 2 mu, but we have a total of 8 mu now from all of these cards and supporting cards from all of this hardware. Putting down another and drawing 1. Now, is this going to be the in the groove turn happening here? We found a Nuka, which can mean more card draw for later. Might be the option here. Oh, we're moving things along. Yeah, might be some programs coming down now. Nuka and draw for 2 of the clicks. There is a Muse, along with a Pisha Sao. Pisha Sao here, a way to get back lots of extra clicks. And be able to make lots of cheap runs, especially if you install multiple Pisha Sao, which is the plan for this deck here. Definitely having a little bit of a difficult time working out here how to keep on top of things. The Corp's only on 3 points. There comes a Stowaway, one of the new cards from Vantage Point. And also a Cyber Trooper to lose, so that everything comes on with more strength. There is Cyber Trooper to loot. a very unseen card. Give you +1 link as well, which could mean that some characters can use this to have DreamNet be working for them. Yeah, lets your breakers have extra strength when they're installed that turn. By the looks of it, things are all going to happen on one turn, all at once here for Dolbold. We're going to throw out an In the Groove and play a Simul Chip. Install in the remote. Hedge Fund. Let's get some more credits. Up to 11 credits now. And then install on R&D. Another piece of ice. Definitely motion blur. A little worried about what could happen over here. What is going to be the response from Dolbold for their turn? 2 read-write shares that are both full now, so they cannot take any more cards. There's plenty of Mew left to be able to play new cards. Is this the turn it's all going to happen? To find out. This deck does struggle with going to time sometimes. A lot to think about, a lot of cards on the board. You also have to consider, to some amount, the opponent's board state. Definitely going to be a challenge here for what Dolbold's next action is going to be. Also a challenge for Motion Blur to figure out what threat they are really facing as a corporation here. They've got 3 points. They've got a good amount of ice on R&D and on the remote. Some pretty annoying, scary ice. And the runner has no breakers showing, but also has 2 Simul Chip, 2 Gachapon ready to pop. We're going for it. So we play In the Groove. That's going to kick off a pretty big turn here. Anytime we install a card that costs 1 or more, we get to do stuff. So first, popping the read-write share. Counting the clicks here. They're going to go back to the deck. Or maybe not. Maybe not those ones. No, we are. Okay. Those are going back. Now, In the Groove says play only as your first click. For the remainder of this turn, whenever you install a card with printed install cost of 1 or greater, draw a card or gain a credit. This is important because it says printed install cost. So if you reduce the cost down to 0, you're fine. So here we have 6 cards with Gachapon. Can install any program from above these. So we've got Chromatophores, Hush, and Conduit. The Hush pretty good on, but we need the Conduit for this turn to go well. We're going to install that, paying 2 credits because of the Gachapon discount. Then we get to trigger In the Groove. Removing some from game and then shuffling some back. Then I imagine we're going to pop another Gachapon here. I'm going to play Muse next. That is a 2-cost card. Which we can go get something from Archives or the deck. We're going to choose the deck here. Are we missing an Essential Breaker? We're going to go put the Hush down. We are indeed making magic happen, Williams. Down comes the Hush. That's going to ignore the event horizon there. Just replace with a token there. loses all ability except printed subroutine, so that is now a non-trashable event horizon. This is important because there are illuminations in the deck. We've got some Mew counters on the table here. We're using the other Gachapon, which we can use to get a Chromatophores. It's going to be useful. We're going to put it on the event horizon. Remove Gachapon from game. This is also a 1 cost or more card, so now can use In the Groove again. Having spent only 1 click so far. Muse is important because it lets you install 2 cards at once with the In the Groove triggers. What next? We have Simul Chip, which can be to go get Muse. But we also only have 2 credits here. There's another Mew used up. 2 clicks left here. Just thinking through all the options. Is there a way to make this work here? Looking to play Spree. Not playing Spree and drawing. That's a Monkey Wrench. It's going to be useful for making that server a little bit weaker. And then I think, so last we're just going to play 1 more card. We're going to play Spree. Just having a check through the bin here. There is a Winchester. Unexpected sentry here. We can see there's an Oiler in hand. We haven't seen... There is the option to Simul Chip Muse, which will gain you a credit, giving you 2 credits installed. That won't be enough unless you burn a Simul Chip purely to... If you burn a Simul Chip to go install a card, you can gain a credit. Purely so you can then go search. Or you can thin out cards from your deck, because if you go get a 1 cost card, it's free with Muse. The Muse here going to search, I think. Go and find Chromatophores. Which you gain 1 back, yep. I think that's what the gesture there was for. Now using another Simul Chip to go back and get the Muse again gaining a credit. Which, what do we get this time? Unfortunately, the Oiler is in hand, which might be a little bit difficult here. There are other breakers as options. There's a Pisha Sao. Go get the Pisha Sao. Gain 1. Or rather, gain back the 1 after you play the Pisha Sao. Very good. That's still enough Mew to cover all this absurd amount of Trojans. We have everything we need except a breaker right now. And what are we going to go get here? Going and getting Muse again. popping the redirect share, forgetting that maybe that these cards were there available. That is going to let Dolbob go and get the Muse, which triggers gaining a credit because it was a free install from the Simul chip, which lets you fetch from hand the Oiler. Takes up extra Mew, but it happens. This is going to come in for free at 4 strength. Anything that is 4 strength or less, including these 2 outermost dice, get broken easily from the Oiler with the Cyber Trooper Taloo here. And this is all mid during a run using Spree, running centrals where we have a Pisha Sao, so there will be an opportunity to get a click back. And in fact, the same Pisha Sao can trigger twice. Yeah. So gain a click, move it forwards, which comes back to hand, giving the runner an extra click. Then continuing the run. Motion Blur, looking at this card, they've got 5 resources. They're going to use a Spin Doctor here to shuffle back 2 hedge funds. I guess they're a little bit worried about this turn that's playing out in front of them. As pointed out by Lucy from Rigging Up, I believe it's Lucy. But anyway, from the Rigging Up YouTube channel that you should check out. Those 2 poker chips, the black ones, are the current remaining clicks. So we have spent an absurd amount of actions doing things. Now we have our clicks back. Now we play Illumination. This Spree is gone, but we'll keep it there. Now playing Illumination. Successful run to install and draw, and then install Stowaway. Then accessing 2 cards this time. Seeing the same, because we saw this one last time. But this was not a conduit run, so we just saw 1 card. Now the Illumination is done. Then we're playing Katorga Breakout to now run R&D again with our 0 cost to break the 2 outermost ice here. Pisha Sao's come back. And we gain the money from Stowaway. We take back the Illumination. Conduit now has an extra counter. Because Conduit just gains a counter whenever you make a successful run in R&D. It doesn't have to be a Conduit run. And then we play Illumination again. Again, spending absolutely 0. Making the run. This is a little ridiculous here. Then playing 2 Pisha Sao for the successful run. Each time drawing a card. Now we've got 3 Pisha Sao. Drawn 3 cards from In the Groove. We see 1 card. Conduit ticks up. We have 2 clicks left. Now what next from here? That's in the bin. Just looking at the bin. Checking everything on the board. It's a very good thing the Event Horizon can't be popped, because this would have really ruined the entire turn here. I think just checking the Mew count. 8 Mew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, they could not have installed that last one. They would have had to install DZMT instead. Yep. So now we have 1 space of Mew. And now just working out, is there something we can do with this usefully? needing to find Katorga or Illumination here to be able to keep this ridiculous run still going. Gonna use Nuka to draw 3 cards. And then one click, there's an Illumination. So running with Illumination. This should be the last click of the ones left. Gain 2 clicks. Successful, install all 3. Draw a card for 2 of them, and then gain a credit for the last one. Then gain a counter. Should be gaining 1 counter here on the conduit. Choosing instead to install a memory diamond here. One of them. Then playing yet another Illumination. Running this server. 1 more on the conduit there. Gaining 2 credits. And 2 clicks. Then installing again all 3 Pisha Sal back again. Giving an absurd number of credits here. No, a certain number of clicks, but also a good helping of credits because the installs are free, but they pay you from the in the group. And then running, seeing 1 from the Illumination run. But now with 3 clicks. Now playing Ashen. Just to really stretch out the game even more. And depending on the 5 that are drawn, hopefully finding an Illumination, because running here again with Illumination will again be a free run. You'll gain 3 credits or 3 cards. You'll also gain 3 clicks from the Pisha Sals. 3, 4, 5. Removed from game. So that's 1 Katorga gone. Paying 5 for the card, yep. And then drawing 5, 2. There is an Illumination. It's looking good. Also some Gachapons, but I don't think those are useful anymore. Then we Illumination again. This is the 4th Illumination this turn. Gaining 3 clicks from the Pisha Sals. They come back. Going all the way through. Installing them all. Because it was the 2nd time they've triggered this turn. The installs give you cards from the in the groove that fired. And then another counter on the conduit, seeing the same top card again. Now, 4 clicks left. What is there to do? One of them will eventually be to dive deep with conduit. Hopefully grab a bunch of agendas and then dive deep all again. Is this a new Illumination? Just working out how Dolbob here can use these 4 clicks on this. Honestly, if every install was a click, it's like a 25 click turn so far. I think Motion Blade even got up for a second there, maybe just even to stretch their legs after having to sit and watch what's been going on here on Dolbob's side. Lots of stuff going on. Just working out, I think, either we have a judge ruling coming over to happen, or Dolbob is thinking and working out what to do next. Looks like we might be waiting for a judge call of some kind here. For those that have missed it so far, just a little recap. Here we have... Oh, we've got to shuffle one elimination. I see. Was it just left face up? Is that what happened? Gosh. Looks like it might be. I hope that we get to see what the top 7 or so cards of R&D were, because what is the ruling here going to be? I'm just in fact going back on my own stream here to check out what has gone on here. We're now gaining another conduit counter. I'm not sure what the resolution here has been. We did correctly get rid of all the cards. I just don't know how a second one... Oh, there was one on the table. Okay. There was an illumination still resolving on the table is the problem here. I think we're maybe just playing it out. Then the illumination runs. Reinstalling 3 Picture Sow for free, which again can be 3 cards or 3 credits. Or a mix. Gonna go for 3 credits here. Seeing the 1 card, then the illumination should go to win. Now we're making the run with conduit, I believe. Seeing 10 cards, good chance that you can flush out just a couple of agendas there. We're moving over to a D20 because a D10 is no longer big enough. 5 clicks. Now running, taking back all 3 Picture Sow. Okay, why did we... We're not accessing him? Are we not using the conduit? I think now we're using the conduit. Now with 6 clicks remaining. Quite sure what the action plan here is now. It's, oh my gosh, yes. If the Corp has a virus here, it is over. It's true that it will be... There could be virus in the deck. It's a very good point. Number 1. Pay 2 to trash. This really is a virus or nothing game. That's an agenda. Take back the Charlotte there. Number 3, number 4. Another agenda. Number 5. Another agenda. And that's it. That is the game. I mean, let's look at the distribution of time on this game. It's a lot. Looking through, pretty fortunate odds there with what was remaining, but it was enough to see 3 agendas. And so yeah, there was more coming after as well. That is it. There you go. That is the Magic Man Dolbob deck a little ridiculous. Plays a lot of cards, and there are ways to get around it, but it can do some pretty impressive things and a lot of silly things, like playing Illumination about 6 times in one turn. So there we have all seen it on stream. A very interesting game, a very interesting experience of how varied Netrunner can be in terms of the decks you can build and what you can play. And that is it for round 5 here at the Reading District Tournament. It's a win for Dogwell this time and a loss for Motion Blur on BTL. We will move on to the next round soon. I'm just going to actually bring up, once I get it typed in, the tournament stats, because I'm intrigued to find out a little bit of discussion about what's going on in this tournament right now. So let's switch over to this screen here. Let me just make it a little bit wider. All right, here we go. We're on Cobra. We're going to go down to the Reading District Championship. We're going to have a look at some of the standings and pairings currently to get a bit of an idea of what's going on here. So, Malaya's U is on, this is from the last round, has won all their games. So has Kikai here on Nebula and Seb. Nice little bit of variance amongst these IDs at the top here. Then Motion Blur has been doing well with BTL and Zaya. We've got an Ob up here with a Lou, lots of diversity here. Then a PD with a Seb, Malayas with a Maggie, Ob and Az, me here, the winner of the London District event. OX7F is back this time with a Magdalena and Malayas. Omnishambles playing Nebula and Vic. Then we got a game here, that's interesting. And then some S's. A lot of interesting stuff going on here. We got a Zwicky here as well. But let's move on to the stat screen and get a real assessment of what's going on here. As expected, we're seeing a lot of Malays right now. It's new, it's good. People are playing it. Ob is still big, dominant, and doing probably even better now that Mioshu is out. It's giving it a big boost for ways to finish the game. Lots of PD still. Lots of very different PDs coming up as well. We've got Flood the Market, we've got Core Damage, and we've got Standard Rush. A few BTLs as well. And then we've got a little bit more variance than we did in the London district, where we've got 4 different MBN players rather than just one. 1 editorial, very interested to see what that's doing. 1 game net and 2 Nebula. And we also got 1 AUCO and then also a Zwicky as well. So we've seen a lot more of people playing the same thing now. People moving towards a kind of certain standard. Then on the runner side, goodness. And that's quite a big turnout for the Annex today. Split over Lou, Seb, and Essa. A lot of Lou, but probably all of these playing Audrey. And then we've got 4 Vics, 3 Azes. That's a little new, but maybe they saw the London winning list and thought, I'll copy that and see how that plays out at a tournament. 2 Zayas and a Mesley Hat. We do actually have 1 Phoenix down here. I shouldn't forget that. And then we also have 1 Arasana, 2 Lat, and 2 Magdalena. So definitely a big swing towards Anik for today. And I think that's all the information we have on here to consider for today. Yeah. The results are now coming in for the next round, but we will wait for that next round, and I will put you guys on break for a bit, and I will be back shortly. Thank you for joining us for round 5 so far of the Reading District Championship. We will be back for round 6 in about 40 minutes, because that game went a little bit faster than we thought. So see you guys then. just a little announcement for people. We are actually starting the next round a little bit sooner than you might think. We're starting at 15:50. So we'll be back briefly. I just thought I'd pop back, and I'm going to update the screen for people. What am I doing here? There we go. We're meant to be starting at 15:50. And then I'll leave the other times unknown because I will fill those in later. But we'll see you back in about 5 minutes. Netrunner players, welcome back to round 6 of 9 at the Reading District. Here we have Mithir, who won the London Regionals, now playing an As McCaffrey deck, Criminal, against a Malaya's U deck. No idea what this Malaya's U is going to be like, but Mithir has said to me that he worries that it's going to be a tag me one, so we'll find out what happens here. Let's see what happens next. Oh, we've dropped a card on the floor. Gonna have to pause here. Call over a judge. Uh-oh. Hopefully this is not an instant game loss, but you never know. These things can happen. I believe the judge is restoring the card here and going to put it in or shuffle it. Okay, cool. No one knows what it was. We don't need to know what it was. We can just get on with playing everyone's favorite game, Netrunner. So, Malaya's playing Hedge Fund, game 4. Then we've got 2 ice here, so maybe it's going to be ice. It's going to be... That is a Phonutria there on HQ. And then also a Naked Asset. And then we're going to go for an R&D for melees. Now, on the runner side, we can see a class act. That's good. We've got a short gamble there. Going to gain 4. Both runners here. And runners and Corp both gaining 4 for their first turn. Good for them. Then we're going to spend 4 on class act. Sorry, 3 on class act, yes. Because we're as McCaffrey. What am I on about? As McCaffrey, let's remind ourselves what this card does. The first job, resource, connection resource, or piece of hardware you install each turn costs 1 less to install. The advice here from Mihir, who played the ads to win the London Regionals, is you just need to earn about 7 credits, and 4 of them you get in the first few turns, and that's enough to give you a boost in the game. So now we look over to Melee's hand. We're going to ice up the remote. We're going to look from our cards which one we're going to tuck. And it looks like we're going to put Archives now down, hoping that the runner takes a free run there. It's criminal. They have run events, so they might do that. We're going to play Touchstone here. And then we're going to play Sure Gamble to gain 4 credits and a credit onto Touchstone, which we can use during runs. And we also have a 20 in hand, which you can trigger by using the credits from Touchstone if you have a way to use those during the run. Haven't drawn yet this turn. Then gonna play some kind of breaker. Is this a Kurapura here? No, this is a revolver. That is a revolver on the table there. Gonna let us get through sentries easily, which is quite nice to have against Shinteki. Leave her on 1 revolver, 1 Carmen here. Installs in the remote, advances once. We can see an Unleash in hand, and we can also see that there is an orbital superiority. I think this might be the Melees that's playing 6 agendas that all say give the runner a tag, which does make most of them. Not because you expect to kill with Unleash, but because Unleash gives you a free res on a big piece of ice, which gaining 8 credits is usually quite a good thing. So here is a run. That was a HQ call. So the run on Archives does nothing there. Now we're going to run Archives. Triggering Pinhole Threading. Looks like we're going to access the unadvanced card. Unless we think it's a Charlotte. It is in fact a Charlotte. Let's take out the Lacosta and the Charlotte. Okay. Maybe the Charlotte got popped. Possibly, yeah, the Corp plan here. Install paying 1. Draw, and then install a Lacosta in the remote. Then choose from options. It's me, HQ again, yep. You know that they're going to run HQ at some point because they're going to have Transfer of Wealth. So maybe it's the most likely. And also the runner might be thinking, I've seen a Charlotte and a Lacosta. Surely by now an agenda has been drawn as is sitting in hand. So maybe if I run there, I can go get it. and we play a sure gamble. That's all 3 sure gambles come up now, so feeling pretty rich on the run side. Also got an open market down. Wondering how much in here is trying to ration events once each turn. We're going to put down the twinning. And then we're going to install a new class act for 0 credits because we use them all from open market. And because we spent from that card, we get to gain a twinning counter. And then we draw 4 at the end of our turn. Corp's turn. Mandatory draw. They're putting in a Anoetic Void and then the 2/3 limit 1 per deck. Which is called Longevity Serum. There we go. That's what's in the remote right now. There's a Lacosta as well, so we can advance, score it, and then also put a new card in if we want to. Here we have a Transfer of Wealth. The call was Archives. It did not happen. Oh, in fact, maybe this is something else. Okay. It was something else. Maybe it was a clean getaway. Yes, looks like it. The Scrub's clean getaway. Run Archives. Then they get to the Trash to card. Now they're running HQ. It's a phone Nutria. It's going to be annoying because kind of required to take the tag a lot of times. Using Touchstone credits, which is going to give a twinning counter as well. Going to see 3 here, I believe. Having a feeling that HQ is full up of them now. That is an agenda. And it dawns on me here what kind of deck he's up against. Then going to access another card here, Hedge Funds. Okay, it was just 2 accesses. But that is a very telling card to see here. Give you a good idea of what you're going to come up against. Rado finish resolving, we get credits back. Then Corp side, res the Lacosta grid. Place an advancement on this outermost card. Yep, we've got an Anoetic Void in there to protect it. And 2 pieces of ice, but we haven't got a lot of credits. So probably hoping with Malaise to have hit something at some point, but we can also get cards from Archives back the hard way by spending 2 advancements and scoring out. Okay, hedge funding first, then advance. I'm putting back a Lacosta, a hedge fund, and okay, Charlotte, hedge fund, and an unknown face down. That was the one that was trashed off the top of R&D. So current score is 2 points each. I can see me here as a Transfer of Wealth. It's a pretty good time for it. Especially seeing the Lacosta means that there's not going to be we're not expecting to see a 6-cost Reservoir in the remote. Corp just remembering to do that end of turn trigger. They're going to choose HQ. Makes sense. So click 1 running the remote here. It's a Tatubola. That's just going to bounce and do nothing. We've only got Shibboleth and Revolver right now. Still need to find our Barrier Breaker. Now we're going to run R&D here, seeing a single card. spending 2 from Touchstone to trash the Charlotte Castador, gaining a twinning counter. Thoughts maybe to running it again. However, we've got some good things to install. Yeah, going to spend 4. Get some engine down. In fact, spend 3 because of as is text. Now, Corp side, what is going on here? Not quite sure what that card is there. Installing a card, advancing, and playing some other card, maybe some kind of economy card. And then choosing our melees. Passing back to the runner. Gaining 2 from Class Act. Got a twinning with 1 charge. Going to draw with Nuka first. It's going to be a filtered Class Act draw. Now we can see there is a Baker in hand, so this will be one of the uses for stealth credits. Might be the only use, just as a way to be able to run archives and pop into HQ or R&D when needed to go see 3 cards using the twinning. Also the opportunity just to sit back if they want, but looking at a single advancement in this server, one of which we know is on an analytic void, but one of which, if it's on an agenda and it happens to be a 2-4 agenda, then it's pretty worrying. We haven't seen a Hermes yet either, which is difficult. Wake Implant as well as Baker coming down. It's an unfortunate one to see go. And then we're going to run using Baker, paying from Touchstone, and then thinking whether to see 1 or 3 cards here. I think they can go for it. Gonna see. That is a HQ selection for Malays. And now we're going to see 3 from R&D. First card, that is a steal. Second card, that's not a steal. And third card, that is a bite. A very, very shiny bite indeed. All 3 cards go. And with 1 click left, this is looking pretty worrying. Yeah, shaking in advance. What is in the remote here? Is this a... I guess it must be a see how they run, because scoring it will do at least A damage. And unfortunately, that is going to be it. The unexpected bite there. Doing the damage. There was 1 in HQ, there was 1 in R&D. The bite is going to find a way through. The lesson here, never run last click or 1 before last click, because things can go very wrong indeed for you. Well, there we have it. This is round 6 of the Reading District there. 1, not via bite, but set up by bite. And wow, that was a tier as well. Gosh. Yeah, there we have it. That is the damage done. And we'll be back soon. We're going to go for the dinner break now, and then we'll be back. But so far, that is where we're up to, and we'll see you in the next round. Thank you all for popping by, and we'll be back. I believe it's at 5:20, so a little bit more of an extended break, but we will definitely be back for those last 3 rounds later on. See you guys. Netrunner players, welcome back to round 7 of 9 at the Reading District now. We're back. Only because Axu has been spamming emojis was the only reason I came back. I was just going to turn it off for the day. We'll come back for you, Axu. We are here with a game of PD against ESSA. Don't think we've seen an ESSA today, so that's exciting. ESSA being popular just for having just a little bit of disruption. From the lunch break, had a chat with a bunch of people. I have heard that ESSA is a good option on the basis that they're good into OB and they're good into melees. And that seems to be most of the things you have to be worried about in the current meta for Netrunner. So, very excited to see what happens here. We have ESSA drawing in here, finding a Fermenter, a very nice card, and also a Lego Paranoia Shelter. Excellent cards to have early on. And they're just announcing time officially for the round to start. Let's see, Corp side probably looking to mulligan. Yeah, that was 3 agendas, including Let Them Dream. Pretty expected. Gives us a sign that we're not on a core-based PD. Instead, we are playing some possibly more regular PD. But there might be Flood the Market as well in here. That is for us to find out as the game plays out. But it should be pretty obvious pretty early if that is the case. So both sides taking a mulligan here. I guess the ESSA is looking for Ghost Tongue or yeah, Ghost Tongue probably as the priority. And then both cutting here, handing back decks, and then drawing. So we're just ripping 5 off the top for each player here and playing with it. Let's see what happens. So, Corp side, we've got a Sleipnir and we've got some humanoid resources, which are pretty good cards to have early on. We also have an agenda and we have a nano management. So if we can get our humanoid and protect it, things are looking pretty good. So install, take a credit from the Corp side. Hoping to keep that humanoid resources alive. So first for ESSA, we're sure gambling, gaining 4 credits. We have a Marrow, which is nice. Then we're going to play the Nurse. This is a new card. A card designed for ESSA by the looks of it. Whenever 2 or more face-down cards in archives are turned face-up, draw 2 cards. And then we're going to take a core damage, allowing us to draw a card, but also forcing the Corp to sabotage 2 here. Difficult choices, especially when early on, okay, doing 1 from hand, 1 from deck. Looked like it might have been a fully up there. I'm not sure. So then running archives and adds 2 cards. So gets to flip those up and draw 2 cards from Nurse hand. They do have new cards in Anik. I thought I would struggle to recognize this card as much as I might an Altar in a deck. So when I saw it flash through the deck, I was like, oh, I was surprised to see that in there. But it's a good card. It says it's okay to check archives because you get to draw 2 cards now and again. Especially when, of course, you're playing Sabotage to put face-down cards in there. Now, Corp side, we've popped our humanoid. We've got an Ice and a humanoid install for sure. And by the looks of it, a warm reception as well. The question is, are we going to play? Okay, we're installing. Okay, I believe a warm reception is naked on the table. Yeah. And then thinking here, probably going to install a piece of ice on HQ, I would think. Or wondering whether to ice this card in front here. It looks like we might have kept the humanoid in hand. So I'm not sure if we drew into another humanoid. We're going to draw 2. And then consider installing. There's an updated barrier that's going to help. And we do have a fully up. So that tells us that we are going wide with this deck. But we don't have to go too wide for it to be worth it. Because there we have the price being played by Essa. Crashing 4. Looks like we might be getting a Botulus here. We've also left HQ open, so Chastushka is very welcome to run in. We're going to take the Palangi here. Now, to say about fully operational, if you have this setup right here of 2 servers, each iced and with a card in, your fully up becomes a gain 6, so it's a gain 5 card, which is still better than a lot of other cards, and lets you do it from 1 credit, so it's still potentially worth playing, even if you're not planning to go wider than this, to be able to support a card like Flood the Market. And run aside, we have Palangi down, which is going to let us turn things into barriers, because barriers is the thing we most want to turn them into. We drop down Begamots, taking a core, causing more damage to the Corp, and again, just forcing the Corp to slow down a bit here. Drawing a card with S's ability, and then doing 2 sabotage to the Corp. I'm going to do 2 from deck here. And now I have a feeling, yep, here comes the Chastushka. Spending all the credits. Sabotage 4 on headquarters. This is where you might have to consider letting that humanoid resources go. But otherwise, you just have to hope and pray from the top of your deck. They do have a click remaining, so they can run archives. There was an option here to run archives first where there's 2 cards, but we're just going to rip 4 from the top into archives. There is Flood the Market in there. Okay, so now we have it confirmed. This is a Flood the Market PD, and with the run on archives here, using Nurse Hand to draw 2 cards, we're going to see that it is indeed Flood the Market PD. And there is some points in there. All 3 copies of Let Them Dream. What are the chances? Unfortunately, you might be thinking that's 6 points there, but actually it's only 3 points. So it's all the agendas that Precision Design would be very happy for Essa to pick up here. Knowing that in hand we have other options. It looks like we are playing 2 Malaise Luxury Line, 3 Off-World, and 3 Let Them Dream. Very classic grouping. Warm Reception to get a free install. Res Humanoid Resources. Looks like we're going to pop it. We've got 2 to install. We've got an operation in hand. Seems like a good time. It does leave us a little vulnerable on Centrals, but perhaps it has to be necessary in order to get that fully up value. And here we go. And with one of those cards being Syncla Cyclotron, this does mean that there is the option of Flood the Marketing when we have 3 built-up servers to be able to score out a 2-4 agenda comfortably. What is going to be the option here? Absolutely Brutal Flood. I'm not sure. Is it Brutal Flood? Or is this... I guess losing 3 Let Them Dream is pretty rough, but we're also a bit over the way through the deck now. Maybe a little higher than expected, but not too crazy, I don't think. And then playing fully op as the operation of humanoid resources. This is going to give 4 triggers from humanoid resources. And the cool little gotcha with this deck is we have the option of humanoid resources, popping it, draw 3, install 2, one of which could be an agenda, and then we can use the last play-in operation with a res syncler cyclotron in order to play flood the market for 1 click and score out off of a humanoid, which is, you know, a little fun trick to do. Here we have another core damage card coming down for SNL. That will be Ghost Tongue. A very nice card indeed. Makes every single event +1 less. And then we lose. Is there just 1 card in hand, I think? Very officially being passed there. Then we draw a card. Oh no, there were in fact 2 cards, yep. Then forcing... It's going to be difficult here, working out what to do now. Making a run here, going to get to draw 2 cards when those cards get flipped up from Nurse Han. No agendas there. Super Cyclotron, Warm Reception. And a piece of ice. Now we're going to install on Archives a Fly Swatter. That's going to be pretty good at stopping any kind of worries in there. Now we're feeling certainly a little bit flooded. With also no way to get out here. There we go with the humanoid resources. Gain 3 credits. Draw 4 cards. Sorry, draw 3 cards. Install 2. And unfortunately no operation here, so we might just be sitting with a handful of agendas at this point. Install and then install another cyclotron. We are at the point now that if you res a cyclotron, you can install with the res cyclotron, play flood the market, score the agenda, and take the flood the market back. We'll then have to sabotage 1 from the marrow. But yeah, things are looking pretty difficult. However, HQ and Archive both covered with Fly Swatters, which currently are unbreakable to the runner. There is no way for them to get through. Here we have a Strike Fund. Gain 4, paying 0 because of Ghost Tongue. Now making a run on the Warm Reception here. Probably Nephrolite recognizing that you need to take down some of the assets and also stop the free installs. So it will cost 1 here to break this, but first they get an install. Could be anything. Might be a naked humanoid on the table. Could also be a piece of ice. We've gone for a naked humanoid resources on the table. Then paying 2 to trash. Now the runner kind of forced to go and take out the humanoid resources on the table. Does just cost 1. But now thinking, what are the options here? Run this card. Spending 1 to trash. Makes sense. What will they do for their last? Play Steel Skin for free to draw 3 cards. Another Chastushka coming in. That might be a rejig just to deal with some extra core damage. And Esapac to a very standard 5-hand size now. Corp side, another piece of ice. Unfortunately, not another Flood the Market. It's going to be hard to find that card. Ideally need to jam behind a code gate here, but also really needs the runner to run HQ or Archives. Drawing over there as a Spin Doctor, that is going to help things out immensely. Installers last. 7 cards in hand. Do they want to flip the Spin Doctor, draw 2 to be able to discard 2 and shuffle back? Just discarding the train. Makes sense. We don't have the board set up to be able to score it yet. So it's pretty safe in archives. This also might force the runner to consider running archives, which would be good because then we can purge that Palangi. There was also the option, obviously, to just purge. Clearing out the Palangi does quite a lot here. We have seen Simul Chips go fetch it back. All right, runner side, we have the Price being played, Pure Gamble, Marrow, Running Hot, and Ashen Epilogue. So the choice here is just if you want to reinstall Marrow to take an extra core damage, would get your Begamot to Strength 6, which covers pretty much every single ice in the game. Over-installing and taking a core damage here. Going to drop to 4 hand size, but will sabotage 2. Option for Errol here is to throw out a single agenda, knowing that you have the Spin Doctor to shuffle them back if you want. Excellent to find the Chastushka there. Opting to dump 1 from hand, an agenda, and 1 from deck. Down to a more reasonable amount of agendas to have in hand, but still looking for that other copy of Flood the Market. Then we're playing, what's this card called? Raindrops Cut Stone into the Fly Swatter. That's going to purge. That is going to end the run there, and 1 subroutine will fire, so Nephrolite will draw 1 card from Steelskin, from Raindrops, and gain 3 credits. And spent no credits because of Ghost Tongue. Now, what's important is Nephrolite does have the rejig to be able to make the Palangi alive again. It's definitely an option here. Gonna rejig. Palangi. Yep. Just to get it refreshed on virus counters. Also has a Simul chip, so that that can be done again later if needed. Now making a run on the ablated barrier and get through here, just paying 1 with Begamot. Breaks, and then the choice here for Aerial Threat. Gonna res the Spin Doctor. Not finding Flood the Market still. Probably gonna pop it, probably for 1 Malaise. Probably for both agendas, but I guess another option. Oh, that's really unfortunate to see a Flood the Market in there. And was that a decision to leave the Flood the Market in the bin? This means there are 0 Flood the Markets available to Aerial Threat now. We'll have to wait and find out on that one. Looks like about 13 cards left in the deck there. Drawing for turn. That's a powers that be. We're going to have to find a way out to jam out here. Otherwise, the runner's just going to win on time with 3 points. 3 Let Them Dreams for 3 points. What is going to be best here? Palangi is a nightmare to deal with. And unfortunately, no way to de-res the Fly Swatter on Archives. I do wonder if the turn here is just spend your whole turn purging. You have to exhaust out the Palangi to have a way through here. Otherwise, install to build another remote. Means that if you can get back a Flood the Market later, it can do something. And forces them to spend some money and deal with some threats on the table. We're doing exactly that. Trying to trigger Drafter here by the looks of it. Drafter is a way to get Flood the Market back. But yeah, definitely running low on cards here. If Flood the Market is the bottom card, if one did go back, Or there might be 3 in the deck. That's also possible. But if a Flood the Market is the bottom card of the deck, then there's not going to be many options here to close out this game. First, we're going to play a free strike fund. 4 credits gained. After drawing. And what will we do last? We're going to run the ablative, pay 1 to break. Then access Super Cyclotron, pay 3 to take it down. Now over to Aerial Threat again. Mandatory draw. There's a Wage Workers. That's going to help a lot here. Might be... Okay, Wage Workers in here. Install. 2 more installs and then we get a free action. Installed in a new remote. Install. That gives us 1 click from the Wage Workers. Shout out to Wage Workers Click testing group. And what do we do with that spare click? Just draw a card here. I'm not quite sure what ice we have there that has been installed. The one rightmost in hand. It doesn't quite look like Sleipnir, so I'm not sure what card it is. Oh, it must be Scatterfield. Yeah, we're playing wide. Of course it's Scatterfield. Alright, the price comes down. We find a Fermenter finally. We find a Botulus. That will be nice. We also find a Cookbook, though, and a Buffer Drive. Have to take the Buffer Drive because we need to be able to get back our ration in case the game goes long. Which currently, with the score being 0-3, looks like that could be the case. What next for the rest of Nephrolite's turn? Second click, taking a credit. Third click, taking a credit. Final click, making a run. Running on this new server here. It is a drafter. Gonna make it into a barrier. Break all of it. Go to access. I believe this is an agenda. Yep, that's an off-world office. And that is going to help the runner out. However, now with a Wage Workers on the table, we can quadruple advance the other card. No, we're not going to. Interesting. I believe the other card is an agenda, which we could have 4 advanced there. About 7 or 8 cards left in R&D there. Possibly we're on 2 Flood the Market and have forgotten that both of them were in the bin. Second is going to be to draw. There is a Spin Doctor. Maybe our hope is to leave the other agenda on the table and win all in one turn. Okay, drawing a last one first. And then thinking, with Wage Workers click, they can score out if they want. Which is possibly worth it. However, it's quite expensive. It reveals the Cyclotron, and you might be better off just saying, I can't win right now, so I'm going to push it. But it looks like we're resing the Super Cyclotron. We're resing a Powers That Be. And then we're going to play Flood the Market for 3 credits and 1 click because of the Cyclotron to put 4 advancements on this card, score out an off-world office for 4 points. For 2 points and 7 credits. And then resolving all the other triggers, taking back Flood the Market to hand. Then using Powers That Be to install a card from hand or from archives. Choosing to install from hand here. and then discarding what looks like to be a drafter at the end there. So in a bit of a tough position here. Assuming the install was a spin doctor and that it was spin doctor because it was so essential to have a spin doctor on the table to be able to put back agendas if needed. Running here, running R&D. Choosing to res a spin doctor to draw 2 cards, which is good because they're both agendas. And then popping the spin doctor to shuffle back. Now, we know there's a train there. But, okay, so there's just a train in the archives. Maybe we put back 2 non-trashables to try and, yeah, maybe they flood the market as well. Just give options to score out and non-trashable cards. Accepting that we're just going to hide the train in archives here and hope that they never run archives. But finding a single Chastushka here, the Corp will be forced to effectively throw away their hand. Run and find, got the market or predictive planogram there. And then last, gain a credit. Run the Synctocyclotron. This is important because taking this down means there aren't enough assets on the table to be able to score out with Flood the Market, except for it's an ablative barrier. So out comes a Synctocyclotron in another server, I imagine. Should be unresed. Yep, there we go. Does mean we can score an off-world office next turn. So not quite out the game yet. But if we can find the other Flood the Market, we can use the PD trigger to get back the train in archives to then be able to score it for the win. Very clutch game. Nephrolite just working what to do with the cards in hand. We've got Symbol Chips, but we haven't drawn cards in a while. Symbol Chip is huge for being able to replenish the Palangi. Currently, this is a run on the Synctocyclotron after Ablative being rezzed. It's going to cost 1 to break and then 3 to take out the Cyclotron. Going to 0 credits, which is not ideal. Choosing to bounce off, install, and then reinstall the Begamot. This should be paying 2 credits, I believe.
There's only 2 Melias in there.
Actually, 2 from hand here. Maybe that's 3 spent? Oh yes, 3 spent. 1 for the Symbol Chip, 2 for the Begamot. And then now passing back to Aerial Threat. It was a predictive planogram on top, so now there's enough assets to be able to score out. And after scoring, we can replace the slot with a new asset from Powers That Be. However, R&D is also very thin, and there is a chance that the next card of R&D is just a straight up loss. We still have the Cyclotron, so we could install Flood and install over R&D if we thought that was best.
Additional context, there is like 3 or 4 cards left.
Thinking about the options here, I've been told there are 3 cards left in R&D if. So honestly, we're at a point that you can just count the points now. We've seen... Oh, we know where every card is. We know there is an agenda in archives. That is all of the agendas. 2 off-world office scored, 3 let them dream scored. 1, the 3rd off-world office is in hand, and then there are 2 trains, and that's it. So the Corp has complete knowledge of where all the agendas are. I think they're working out here if they can choose to draw 3 first. Difficult moment. Also, only on 8 credits. But off-world Flood the Market is credit positive. Okay, we're going to draw 3 cards here with an operation. We don't have a spin. Then red level clearance. Okay, so we're going for a big play at the end here. That is also true, actually. Yes, the courts already have perfect information on where the agendas are at the start of the game. We played over red level clearance. Gain a click back to get to install a card. And then play Flood the Market for a 3rd operation. That's correct, yep. Placing 5 advancements. And gaining a click from 3 operations, including an extra click from the red level clearance. Because red level clearance, you can just use it to gain back credit, gain back a click. Then scoring the train, gaining yet another click. Taking back Flood the Market, which means now to close out the game, install 2 clicks to play Flood the Market this time because it's not the first time to be able to score the final 2 points. An incredibly clutch game. Not quite credit perfect, but certainly deck perfect here. Completely drawing out of the deck. If they had to draw a single card at all, the game was over at that point. And they managed to do that with a train in archives, just hiding away there. And that train, of course, being that if the runner ran archives, I think there might be a spin doctor on the table. That might have changed things, but that is a very well played game right to the end there by Aerial Threat. Holding off the cheap accesses of Nephrolite and getting 7 points on the table using Flood the Market each time after losing both of them to archives, in fact. That has been round 7 here at the Reading District Tournament. Round 7 of 9 rounds of Swiss coming up later. Join us for the next 2. We will be back in some amount of time. I'm afraid I don't know the exact time, but I will write something in so that we feel like it makes some amount of sense. Let's see. It looks like we might be finishing. We might be back at about 6:20, and then probably the last round will be at 7:20 for UK time. So there is no top cut, I'm afraid. It's just a whole day of Swiss. People turning up, playing 9 games of Netrunner, and seeing who is the best from those. Currently, we have 1 undefeated player. I don't know how they've done this round, but we have 1 completely undefeated player on both sides and 2 other players who have only dropped 1 game. So it's a very close fight right at the top there. I'll see you guys back in about 20 minutes, I imagine. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, Netrunner players, welcome back. We are here for round 8 of the Reading District. We've got a game of Nebula up against Seb. This is the first Seb we've seen today, which is surprising because there is a lot of Seb representation. We're just going to take a small moment just to point out that Swiss is not the people's choice, and I am a defender of we need a cut, or in fact my new suggestion is we play Swiss all day, and then the top 4, number 1 plays the multiplayer Corp ID, and the other 3 people play their runners. And I think that is how all tournaments at this level should finish. But hey, people can take my idea and claim it as theirs. I'm fine with that. Yes, we have Nebula against Seb here. Pretty a less common matchup, perhaps. I imagine most Sebs are practicing against Ob and Melies to get their practice. But let's see. So we're going to install Spin Doctor, res that. You can see we're on Superconducting Hub here. Then we're going to play the one where you sometimes let the runner gain credits. Choosing not to give the runner credits here. And then we're going to install over HQ to avoid the transfers. That makes sense. Now, we've flipped over and gained our credit as we are Nebula. First click playing the price. It's going to be pretty good engine there. Friend of a friend, Gourmand, Hannah. Hannah not going to do much here. Going to install friend of a friend for free. It's going to be a good way to be able to take a tag. Now, what's coming next here? That is an Audrey coming down. Running, stealing a point. Flipping back. And then that's the turn. Passing over. Corp is going to draw first, draw again. Looking for a piece of ice, I imagine, here. Unfortunately, not finding it so far. And then it's going to play what I believe is a YDL for 4 total credits. 4 net credits. And then gaining a credit and then flipping back. Now over to the runner side. Working out what to do here. Lego Paranoia Shelter, not going to do much here. Running R&D first, flipping back. Looks like no action here. Possibly can't afford it. Then we're going to take a tag and gain 9. Yep. Gain 9, taking a tag to install Lego Paranoia for free. Probably not going to do a lot in this match, but okay. Audrey still looking for something to eat. Corp finally finding the piece of ice they were looking for. And then working out, going to discard 1, discard 2. And then over to the runner side again. First click drawing. That's going to be a very nice card to pull up. Second drawing again. It's another friend of a friend. We do have the transfer now. Now running to HQ. That's going to be annoying because that's an unsmiling Serevna. We're going to take some damage here. Hopefully not hitting the transfer of wealth, but it will be firing. But taking a tag first, so can choose to install. Going to take a tag, install for 1 total friend of a friend, then take 2 net damage, losing looks like a Rising Tide and a Privileged Access, and then seeing a Piranha in hand. From a very full hand after drawing 2 additional cards. The X here showing that source is tagged. And then using friend of a friend to clear that tag and gain some more credits. Next here. Now we've got an interesting card to see there. I think that's a remastered edition. It's not a common choice for Nebula players, but it's here nonetheless. It's a good way to be able to score other agendas. And then we are installing on 2 centrals here to make it very nasty to think about running for anything. And also with 14 credits means probably all 3 of these can be rezzed. I go to the right side, drawing first. Drawing again. We have 1 Devil Charm there, which is the handwritten card. Then putting down a Devil Charm, and that will be turn. Passing over. Now we've got 2 top-down solutions, but we don't have the installables, so it's going to be difficult. We're going to go for it. Top-down solutions. Draw, draw. Excellent. Now we can install. Now install on the table, triggering Lego. Losing at Lego for a card. That's a good trade. And then installing on HQ. HQ grows ever stronger, ever bigger. And then 3 advancements on the superconducting hub. Oh yes, because you can just use top-down solutions to score a 1/3 from hand. Because of the flipped text of Nebula, where you gain an extra click when you play an operation. So as long as that operation is installing your card or is advancing a card, then it's going to do great for you. Source now thinking, wanting to find an Aracero's crew here so that we can start trying to chew through some of this ice. And also kind of needing to soon, but the Corp only on 7 credits, so can find a little bit of a way through. However, the Audrey is going to make it difficult. Trying to find a way to feed the Audrey will be a challenge here. Drawing first. Playing Aracero's crew.
Judge. I forgot to do Melia's trigger on practice. Yes, I chose Melia's last turn. There was a practice one here.
And now playing the transfer of wealth. Effectively forcing the Corp to say, hey, look, try and rest some things if you want. And that source is going to be able to eat something here. 5 cards in hand. Unfortunately, we have a buffer drive in hand, so probably not a great position to see 2 unsmiling Serevnas. Unsmiling both in your direction because of the net damage from these. But probably just going to have to accept it, or could choose to run for it. Okay, so we're using the Devil Charm here to break that and get through. It's a little surprising considering we know that there's piranhas in here. Now taking 2 damage. Drawing 2 cards from the Sealskin. The runner now has a tag from that and is taking an additional tag from the Transfer of Wealth. Taking away all of the Corp's credits now, so they're emptied out, which is good. Accessing 1 at the end here. It's a Spin Doctor. Going to pay 2 to trash that in order to feed Audrey and also to stop the opportunity to throw away and then shuffle back cards. And now we hand back over to the Corp's turn. 2 tags run aside. We're also MBN, but I don't know if we're playing much tag punishment in this Nebula deck. We haven't seen any ice that would suggest that tagging is within our strategy. However, I do know from this deck that there is Oppo research in here, so there may be some lines in which we try to kill the runner. In fact, that might be... Is that Oppo research? That might be Oppo research. That old art that was shuffled bin now. Shuffling in before we do our mandatory draw. The runner did have time to remove 1 tag. So, not going to die to double end of the line if that is an option available to the Corp here. Probably not, considering we're playing 2 top down and also probably 2 or 3 Moonpool here. I'm going to play non-equivalent exchange to gain some credits. And also, I think letting the runner gain credits too. I guess at this point they have some credits. You might as well have all of them. And also with Audrey doesn't let you use credits to break things. So you still need cards and virus counters. As much as the extra money might make it easy to trash some things, you still have to find things that you can trash, which makes it a bit more of a challenge. Now back over to Source's side. Maybe feeling a bit uncertain about the RISC running into that unsmiling Serevna earlier. Now that we've seen the Ashen, kind of has to put down the buffer drive and then decides to run R&D here. Challenging the Corp to make a decision about what they want to res here. They're going to res Piranhas. Piranhas being a pretty scary piece of ice. Also gives you a bad pub, but there's not too much to do with this bad pub for an Audrey-based deck. And now faced with an option that you could consider breaking this. There is 3 credits left. The ice behind could be a ping. But also just going to let it fire. So the Corp may draw a card, lose a card, which can go to the bottom with buffer drive. And then the run will end because the Corp has many more cards in hand. As they've also scored 2 or 3 points so far. I think actually it's just 1 point. Corp draws for turn, drawing into a Spin Doctor. Looking through the bin, there's 2 agendas in there, so we'd like to be able to spin those back. We'll give a Lego fire, but maybe it's worth it. Oh, in fact, we're going to just push out to score. Playing Petty Cash. They have 4 total clicks.
Oh, sorry.
How are we going to play this out here? Needed the money to be able to do this, but I guess wondering whether scoring a superconducting hub right now is going to actually help push them forward. So yeah, install one. I believe not using the buffer drive again here. Then raising a spin doctor. Still 3 clicks remaining. Looking to just get more ice down, I think. Just gaining 3 credits and then throwing away some cards here. We got the spin doctors, we had to put things back, but definitely feeling a little bit bricked in the hand here. And a little bit poor, I think, is the problem. Looking for a little bit more money in the deck. Haven't managed to find it yet. May have been an idea to install the other spin doctor now, so that you can force less Lego triggers. And also have the option to be able to shuffle back everything and draw through to the money that you're seemingly quite keenly looking for. Now install a amanuensis, I believe this is, and then running on HQ. It's another piranhas. That's going to be a pain to deal with. 2 cards from hand and a counter, of which you have to let one of these things fire. And an additional bad pub here. Could have a second bad pub from the other piranhas. Well, actually, no, that comes from the next run. Taking a damage. Corp drawing a card. No, just ending the run here. Okay, so the Corp draws down to 3 credits again. Rough times for the Corp here. Still flipped, which is good, but looking for some money. That's going to be a greasing the palm. So you gain 2 credits and install a card. And then 3 to res and score a superconducting hub. Putting them on 2 points, allowing them to draw 2 cards, and they've got +2 hand size, so they're now to 5, 7, 9 total hand size. And then passing back. Source drawing for turn here. Rather, drawing his first click. Definitely a difficult matchup for Zeb here, especially when this version of Nebula is playing a slight little bit of tag punishment. We've seen it with the greasing the palm there. And it may be that Omnishambles has decided here to push for the superconducting hub just to make sure these piranhas stick. Which means that the runner is going to need to spend 2 cards and a counter from Audrey to break at least the end of the run if there are more cards in HQ in the grip. Because that will be firing very often when the Corp can have 9 cards in hand and you can only have 5 cards in hand. Source thinking through here what to do for their turn. In fact, actually, the draw here wouldn't have been first click. It would have been from the Lego firing. Going to draw as our first click. Looking through the options in hand. Installing Gourmand. Installing a Botulus, paying 2. That's going to go on this outermost piranhas on HQ. Which is going to allow for the option next turn of running through with a transfer. An important time for this because the Corp is looking like they're going to get to more than 3 credits this turn, and being able to keep them poor is going to be very helpful indeed. One counter on the Botulus there. Playing Predictive Planogram for 3 credits. Gaining the click back because of Nebula, and then working out what next to do with 3 more clicks. Install. Triggers Lego. Discard a Valentina. And may draw 1. Choosing to tuck here. Which does let Source draw a card here. So now, Omnishamble is using the Spin Doctor to draw 2 cards. If there's a YDL here, it's going to print an absurd amount of money. But we might see... Top-down solutions isn't quite enough money. I think this is just gaining 3 credits here. And then choosing what to pitch. It can be ice. We seemingly don't need too much ice here. We've only seen 1 crew come down. Obviously, it will be a problem if 1 does come along, but it's certainly expensive for the Corp player here. Now, I think that's a correction of the missed Lego draw. So Source has a good amount of money. There should be a second Botulus counter here, which is on the Piranhas. So a run can be made on HQ if desired. It's not great odds to steal something because there is a lot of cards in there. It is true, maybe we should award game losses for not being on the table. But yes, it's 2 points to the Corp side and 1 point to the runner side at this point. I think all of them are superconducting hubs. That's the only agenda that has been in any score area the whole game. So, Source, first drawing. Have the Ashen in hand, but we probably don't need that yet. We want to find our 2 other crews. Then comes down Devil Charm. Doesn't look like we have the crew in hand, but maybe we're considering a practice here. It is in hand. Just whether we have something that we want to install alongside it as part of this. However, it's also not threat 3, so there's slightly less opportunity here. Then drawing again into the price, playing... Oh, sorry, into a spare Amanuensis. Then discarding 2 cards, discarding Ashen, Amanuensis, and that might be Tungsten Tailor at the rightmost there. What's going to go here? Looks like a more difficult decision than the other 2. It's going to be the price. Now back to Omnishambles, drawing for turn. Just checking archives. There is a number of points in here. We're going to play Petty Cash from archives, removing it from game, gain 2, and have 4 clicks total. Means we can score a 3-2 from hand, a 2-3 rather. Top-down solutions. We're going to do something more than just petty cash. Install, allowing for Lego to fire, giving draw of 3, which does include a transfer of wealth, which is going to be meaningful. Then Resing Moonpool, paying 3, trashing 2 cards, revealing them, and putting them into the deck. Then last 2 clicks for advance, to be able to score a remastered edition with a counter. So now the Corp on 4 points. Remastered edition, a reasonably not commonly seen card. Lets you place an advancement on your installed card when you like. I've never seen it played with any advanceable ice, but it would be very funny if someone did play it that way. But this is just going to be another way to be able to score cards out of hand. Now back over to source. It's 4 points to the Corp and 1 point to the runner here. I believe we have the transfer of wealth in hand, and it's a good time for it. There's no surprise reses that can happen. You can just drain out the Corp's money. There it is. Transfer of wealth comes down. Can use 2 botches counters. We would have 3 if we tracked it properly, but that's all right. Then Unspanning Serevna. I wonder if we're just going to tank it here. We're going to use Audrey. Trash a card from hand. Then using the counter. Going to drain 3 and gain 6. And also take a tag. Taking tag will allow for an install here. Going to be the crew that's installed as a result of that. And then accessing 1 card. It is a petty cash. An annoying card because they kind of want it in the bin, but you do flip them back. That is correct. It's not the worst card for them to have in hand. They still have to wait a turn or 2 to be able to play it. But fortunately, by having so many credits extra, it does improve things a little bit. So we're crew charming to take out the piranhas. It's a way to instantly destroy that. Then we run through and we see an Oppo. Then possibly thinking of another run back here. Unfortunately, Manuel is in the bin, but could be a time to get Manuel back. Nope, just running back as we are. That is a piece of ice. Yeah, definitely next turn. Maybe we will see... thinking of running HQ here, perhaps? Then drawing into another the price. Very unfortunate to have not seen these earlier. And then lastly, trashing a card. Put it at the bottom of the deck. I believe that is, a strike fund to gain 2 credits. There is an F2P. Now playing bigger picture to remove a tag and gain 5 credits. Wow, that's okay. And also the runner loses 5. That's a pretty important swing. And also is an operation which will allow Nebula to gain a credit and flip back. 4 points Corp side, 1 point runner side. But looking a little lightly defended and also a little bit poor on Nebula side here. Going to use the Spin Doctor. Believe this is the third Spin Doctor to put back Oppo Research and top-down solutions. Perhaps hoping that we can find a top-down solution so we can score again with a remastered edition and with a moon pool. And then, of course, we can score basically any card from hand after that, because the remastered editions, that will be 2 counters. It'll be very easy to score anything at all. Sync rerouting here. An interesting card, but it is a good way just to be able to make a flip happen. Gonna have to have a little read here. Play only if there is no active lockdown. It's not trashed until your next turn begins. Whenever a run begins, give the runner a tag unless they pay 4. A little interesting because Seb kind of doesn't hate this. Maybe isn't too much a fan of it, but certainly not, you know, doesn't totally hate it. And also forces the runner to have to face the thought of, you can try and run and unflip me, but you'll have to take a tag, or you can let me stay flipped and risk having me score out a card from hand. Which, at this point, considering what else we've seen, could be a king making, which could be scoring 3 points. Would need to be a petty cash or top-down solutions, triple advance, and then use the remastered counter. Alternatively, there are moonpool lines, but these other two seem a little more likely in this current situation. I think we're checking here about practice. You should still be able to play privileged access because the run is already happening. Because you are not tagged when you play it, and then you start the run. But you will just have 2 tags when you end up breaching. This might be a little judge call check here. Just to check how these cards interact. But it is true, at the time you play it, you're not tagged. So therefore you can start the run. It's just when you start the run, you either end it immediately, pay 4, or take a tag. So you would end up with 2 tags for privileged access. This may be the little pause we have here as we get that ruling back. Score currently with 4 points to the Corp, 1 point to the runner. I believe we're going to run R&D here. That's going to force a res. That's a Klavetnik. An important card potentially here. No, Klavetnik only can ignore resources. So, not going to use this ability because blocking Lego is not really doing much for you. Now spending 3 credits here. Oh, maybe removing a tag from the tag taken to initiate the run, which draws 2 cards from menu enters, so it doesn't feel so bad. Doesn't force a flip back, unfortunately. Just doing a little quick check of everything that's in the game to work out how many spin doctors are gone, how many moon pools are gone. But it does look like Omnishambles has presented a fork here that says, if you can't flip me, I'm going to win. Then just playing a double charm. And that is turn for source, I think. Corp side, we draw for turn, drawing into piranhas. Is there a way to score out in hand? Did we need to find another agenda there, perhaps? I'm not sure if we have king making. Playing petty cash from hand. Gain 2. So not scoring this turn. Installing outermost here with what I believe to be an unsmiling Serevna. Probably just clicking for a credit here. Yeah. Clicking for 2 credits rather with the 2 clicks left. Just need to find a little bit more money and find just a single piece to make it happen. Over to source. Now there's no sync rerouting down. These practices are going to be a little bit more interesting to play. Also, we find another transfer of wealth. Here we're playing privileged access to start getting some value, some absurd value out of this sub deck here. Running archives. Looks like we don't have... Okay, installing a program because we're at threat. If we install Valentina here... Okay, no, we're installing Rising Tide instead of the other. If we install... Okay, I was going to say, I think if we install Valentina... No, you would already have the tags. There will be no interrupt to be able to install. Now running R&D. Unfortunately, also no Manuel here, but definitely a way through to be able to just get through and flip the Corp. That does seem to be the priority right now. It doesn't matter what the ice is. It's not a problem. Spending 4 with Rising Tide to break. Accessing 1. Also have flipped, yep. Now working out what next. Gaining a credit at the end here. Okay, passing back to the Corp. They draw another ice. Not what they want right now. We have seen this deck previously. I think it had 5 ice on HQ and 5 ice on R&D. There we're playing petty cash. Going to give 2 credits. And we'll flip at the end of turn. And probably think about installing on one of these here. Just to add a little bit of extra ice, just in case. But maybe just clicking for credits is the way to go here. Just got to find the missing piece to be able to get these last agendas scored. Overwriting the piranhas. Preventing the transfer of wealth that's sitting in hand from firing. Well, not quite preventing it, but certainly making it a bit more difficult. Source still does have Devil Charm Crew, so any piece of ice they come across, they can deal with when they need to. And it's back over to Source's turn now. Nebula has flipped and is threatening to score all the time. First click, paying 2 to clear a tag, drawing 2 cards because of amanuensis. Then installing Gourmand, then playing Transfer. And now with the opportunity to either delete the ice if it's a problem or use Audrey to break through it. A mixture of options here. It's another Piranhas. Just going to immediately reach for the Crew Charm and kill that. That has now gone. Could be another bad pub gained here. And then deleting that ice, yep, making sure that's gone. Now approaching the Unsmiling Serevna, going to pitch Steel Skin to draw 2, and then use an Audrey counter to break some of the subroutines, allowing the Corp to draw. They will. Draining 3, gaining 6. Accessing 1. That is a bad pub. Wow. Okay. That's a new card. Set vantage point. Not set. I need to find this card. Type operation. Faction MBN. That is a scapegoat that we saw there. Which was just gourmanded. Just for fuel for Audrey. And here we come to time on the round. I think sources accepted that there's no way through there. There was a way for the Corp just to score out if they need to. But yeah, so this is a Nebula, a little newer. We've obviously seen top-down with Moonpool. Seems to be quite a common Nebula scoring option right now as a way to score a 4-2. The other option being Nano Management or Stoke the Embers with KakuRainbow. And then we've also seen quite a bit of bad pub in there, which is interesting. Definitely a few more kind of options for Nebula decks coming out. Means you might not know exactly what you're sitting across when it comes up. But you don't have to worry so much about the kill versions of Nebula that are running around with False Lead. And there we did see some more Seb. Unfortunately, it felt like just a few engine pieces didn't quite come up when needed there for Source, which made it a little bit harder to get through on things. And there we go. That has been round 8 of 9 here at the Reading District today. We've got one more round, and I will do my best to find something very cool. Let's skip back over to the table and take a little look at what's going on here. Here is, if I update this, here is the current rankings after 7 rounds. Steel has gone undefeated with Melias U using Tag and Unleash and using Tier. And also gone undefeated with Arasana, which I have not seen the stuff there, but I've heard that Seal plays Arasana every single time. We also have Kikai doing well on 18 points. We will see how that round has changed things. If Kikai has won again, then that puts us with a clear first and second place. But otherwise, there's quite a few people that might be sitting around 18 points for the next round. So very interesting to see what we come up with next. This was round 8. We don't have round 9 yet. But when it is up, I will find an interesting game and be back to show you guys the final game for the Reading District. That should be in about, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes. So look forward to that. I will leave it up. Let's say 15 minutes, I think is probably when it's going to be. So I'll put that out for you. And I will see you guys in about 15 minutes time. Netrunner players, we are back with the final of the tournament here. I was so excited, I forgot to even update the fact that this is round 9 of 9 here. The final round of Swiss. And we have a fascinating game ahead. We've got Melies, also known as Seal, playing Melies. And they have gone undefeated today with both Melies and Arasana. So completely undefeated in this tournament, not dropped a single game. And across from them, we have Kikai, also a very well-known Netrunner player. They've dropped one game the entire day today. Choosing to mulligan here. I think this is both players having chosen to mulligan. So we're gonna, it's all for grabs here, whatever's gonna happen next. But this is as close as we can get to the top cut experience here by watching the top table at round 9 of 9 with Melies fighting to go undefeated all day and Kikai fighting for second place. If Kikai wins this game, he will be second, which means he will get a playmat. Otherwise, we have Dolbold versus Mihir, who are battling it out to see that if Seal wins this game, then which of them will take second place from Kikai?
We are about to start the final round. When this round is over, we will have prizing and rejoicing, celebration, and maybe, just maybe, pub/microbrewery/pizza place. Still figuring that one out. We'll make it happen. Thank you all for being here. It's been wonderful to have you. Without much further ado, unless anyone else has any final round announcements.
Just a small announcement coming through.
Basically, just like don't leave after the final round. Hang around. Don't surprise me. Your time starts now.
The announcing of prizes has finished, and now the game starts. Both players here just playing with whatever the top 5 random cards they find are. We see, it's a double unleash here for Seal's opening hand. And that's going to be a problem for Seb, because Seb generally nowadays is playing with amanuensis and likes to sit around with a tag. And I don't think you can afford to do that in this matchup. In this matchup, if you sit around with a tag, they're going to unleash a tier on you. You're going to take 2 core damage, and it's going to be pretty over from there for you. So drawing first into a buffer drive for Kikai here. Drawing again into a double charm. And what are we going to play from these? He's going to play a sure gamble to gain 4 credits. And also we are going to drop down what looks like a friend of a friend there.
Have you had the bench right there?
And then maybe we want to wait for something where we take a tag to be able to play that. But we know we are going to put down friend of a friend. This gives us the best sequencing to be able to pop friend of friend, take a tag, gain a bunch of money, do something else, and then clear the tag, and still be able to make a run. Corp side here, we've drawn into orbital superiority. We've got 1 unknown card. This might be... Hanzo Review. That's what this is. Okay, yeah, gain 5. Trash a card from hand. Then choose Amelia's ID of choice. We'll find out what that is later. Not so much to worry about with the Meli's ability here. Usually you're going to want to choose HQ or Archives because those are the 2 places where Seb is most interested in running. First doing 2 draws on Kikai's side. We found a practice. Not going to do much for a while though. Probably going to want to save that till threat is better. We've also got an amanuensis there. Going to play the amanuensis. And then we're going to play the devil charm. Growing our board, waiting to find a crew so that we can safely run into whatever we like. Mandatory draw, install, protecting with a fly swatter. It's going to be a good piece of tech for this matchup as well. Being able to purge as they try and break into the remote. And we're not sure what the card is, but I think all of the agendas in this deck are 2 4s and 3 5s. Also, a very flashy bite hiding in hands there, which is going to be pretty scary for Seb to deal with. First, we're going to gain 9 and take a tag. Allowing the install of Lego Paranoia Shelter. Using Friend of a Friend. Then I believe we are doing one last click and then we're probably going to remove that tag. Although maybe we're willing to take the damage here. Yep. Paying for buffer drive. And just keeping the tag. That's probably going to hurt in a second here. Drawing 2. This does give the opportunity to unleash. Depending on the ice on the table. Probably going to be the best option here. Not only does Unleash do some nasty things and give you a free res and a bunch of credits, it also lets you remove a tag. Choosing not to do it here.
Yeah.
Maybe wants to wait a little later to be able to use it. Maybe wants to find a slightly scary piece of ice. And maybe wants to give the run a little bit of confidence to say, hey, it's fine. You can just chill. And don't worry about me and my deck full of unleashes. You'll be fine. So removing a tag here. Triggering Amanuensis to draw 2 cards. Now we have the Manuel for multi-access, but that's a little bit later that we want that. I think we've got 2 privileged access in hand. What are we going to do here? Also, the Corp on a scary number of credits, 17 credits. They could comfortably res a tier and do whatever they want with it. However, if they had a tier, we know, knowing that they have Unleash in hand, that they would probably have resed it last turn because 2 core damage does a lot for you. Here is Tungsten Taylor and Solidarity Badge coming down. Let's bring up Tungsten Taylor. To make ice a little bit easier to get through, possibly not requiring to use a Devil Charm sometimes, or having to use a double crew. But no crew yet on the table. Corp gaining a credit because a run was not made on a central server. Having to remind myself that is also part of the text of Melia's. Perhaps an unnecessary bit of text, but a bit of text nonetheless. Installing here on each of these 2 centrals. It may also be that Seal is waiting for HQ or R&D here. HQ is the... Maybe not. Thinking about it. HQ is the option. It may be that Seal is waiting for the opportunity to be able to trigger Microweb with Unleash, which would do a devastating amount of damage. And Microweb lets you resolve subroutines on other things, and also res a bunch of ice for cheaper. And Unleash will let you resolve 1 subroutine on that ice, which can be res Sentry. However, you could also just res a Sentry to do that. So, we'll see. First, playing Steelskin to draw 3 cards. Again, Kikai here just digging, trying to find the pieces needed to deal with the Corp. Here comes Gamble to gain 4 credits. One last click here. The Corp now with 2 cards in the remote. This could mean, depending on the options in hand, I don't think we have a way to get this advanced and then use Unleash after it. I'm going to play Praxis here. Last click. running archives. Then I think just checking for successful run. Forces a flip. It was HQ chosen, so nothing happens here. But we do deny the Corp the credit they would earn for the turn. Taking a tag. Ending the turn with a tag. Oh, it looks like we installed friend of a friend here. Or perhaps, no, the manual, I believe. No, it would have been friend of a friend. And we're staying tagged again. I think that was a bite in the remote that's been overwritten here? Install into the remote. Lego firing. Here comes the unleash. I'm going to remove the tag. Now, still observing the buffer here. We don't think this fires here. Amanuensis. There is the tier. So that's going to take out the Devil Charm. Okay. Opting not to go for core damage for random kill chance, but instead going for taking down the Devil Charm. Which I guess makes sense, especially with the tier, because the Devil Charm would, with Tungsten Tailor and a crew, be able to immediately eat a tier on the way in, which would be pretty scary indeed. But now this remote looking very safe and once advanced. And still tagged. I believe there should be a removal of tag here. I think I'm right. This tag should be removed because Unleash does remove a tag, and I don't think there would have been another reason to gain a tag here. That's the first. Oh, no, we took a tag from friend of a friend. That's why. Now we have Rising Tide and Gourmand. Working out where to run here. Credit, and then no action at the end there, gaining another one on Amanuensis. This is going to be a Lacosta Grid res there for 3. Places an advancement on a card in the server. Now, being tagged could be pretty scary. There is a seamless launch in hand. With Kikai having how many cards in hand here? First is draw. Advance, advance. No, killing the crew makes sense. Having to discard a card from hand to do it. Just really managing the board carefully here. Making sure Kikai doesn't have the resources on the table or the routes to be able to get those resources back, such as through playing Privileged Access and having to now get through archives for that. And I imagine this deck is full of sentries. So, using Solidarity Badge to clear the tag for free. Or no, in fact, first click doing that. Then drawing 2 cards. Haven't found Audrey yet, and haven't crashed any cards to be able to get something onto the Solidarity Badge to make the Amanuensis trigger work cleanly. Got a friend of a friend in hand. And a crew. Which, unfortunately, losing the Devil Charm is going to make things a little harder here. What is going to be the choice here for Kikai? 3 copies of a card also in hand. Not quite sure what alt art that was. Looking at the options available, probably wanting to install, okay, friend of a friend and crew. Taking a credit. And that's the turn. Now, Seal's got a card ticking away here. Advance. Score. Playing a side game because this is a see how they run. This will determine whether it is a core damage or a net damage. I think we're just checking here. Yep. Both waiting now to reveal this side game. Bet 0, bet 1. So therefore 1 core damage. Going to buffer drive that to the bottom, but does take a core, so -1 hand size now. I think Seal here was hoping to find another copy of Unleash, but otherwise maybe he's just getting a little bit flooded, needs to get some cards in the remote. And install here, Lego will fire. Trashing Valentina and then drawing a card. And the menu enters. And also taking out the crew yet again. And happy to pitch a card from hand, knowing that no crews means no way getting into these servers. And also that so many of these servers have such horrible text on them. So I think we're going for archives here. Now, what will it be for Kikai? Definitely a little bit in a hole here. 2 crew have been killed through tags, and also we've lost a Devil Charm through an Unleash on tier. So we've lost a lot of our resources that we would be using to break through and get through into servers here. Then we're going to run this card here. It's a Spin Doctor. Draw 2. Probably looking to use it here. What are we shuffling back? Perhaps we're shuffling back an Unleash because the value is so good. Shuffling back a face down Unleash. Then shuffling those in. Now Kikai with 2 clicks left, I believe. In fact, actually, maybe 1 click left because I think the first click was friend of a friend to remove the tag. Now running R&D. That's a Tattoo Bowler. Going to be a little unfortunate for Seal here that the barrier breaker is down. It's going to cost just 1 to break. Already at strength. And you know, it is possible that you just see 3 pointers on top of the deck. It happened to me before. I very unfortunately for me, unfortunately for my opponent, but fortunately for me, saw 3 agendas on top of a deck once. The only 3 cards I'd seen, and they were all 3 pointers, so it was a very quick game indeed. Here is a run using Microweb. It's going to be a particularly nasty piece of ice to see. And it's all going to fire. So this is going to be pretty devastating here. Choosing not to install, choosing they can res a card for 2 less. Gonna res a fly swatter here for free. This will give them a code gate subroutine they can fire. And then going to destroy a card and gain 3. With tier, and then end the run with the code gate. And then discarding a menu entity in the turn. In fact, having to discard another card because of the 1/4 from earlier from the side game from See How They Run. Microwave is a devastating card when it hits like it does. Now, Seal, gaining a credit from Melee's ability. Technically has to place an advancement on the card on the server there. Trashing Eru. Letting Eru go and then drawing. I see, because we want privileged access to be an option. Then installing Ever R&D. So yeah, so the Costa technically forces you to place an advancement, I believe. Yes. But I don't think they're going to give a game loss for it. Over to Kikai here, I believe. The Eru is in the bin. So, drawing first. That might have been a transfer of wealth there, which could be good, but unfortunately there's a microweb on that server, which is particularly nasty to deal with. Running archives with no card. Just a plain run. Decision here for the Corp, using 4 to res a phony tria. Could be giving a few tags here. Trashing a Praxis, that's going to feel good. Putting it to the bottom. Then doing another one. That looks like a Strike Fund. Taking a tag because they've got 4 more cards in hand. Resolving the Archives trigger. Going to look at the top card. It's a Semic Salmon. And deciding if they want to trash that card to go fetch a card from Archives. They are going to trash that card and they're going to go fetch a Hanzo Review. At some point hoping to get their credits back up here. Then revealing no agendas in Archives. And back to Kikai to finish the rest of their turn out. Score right now is 2 points to 0. There are agendas somewhere. Seemingly, a lot of them are in R&D right now. With Seal having quite fortunate draw for the matchup, and Kikai having a little bit of a tough time drawing cards here, and also losing quite a few cards just to tag destruction. The text on Seb, that makes it harder for them to trash things. Just not quite being a disincentive enough to Seal. Do not just say, hey, I want you to not have the crew in front of you. Seal now taking the advancement, advancing twice, trashing a card from hand, and then shuffling 3 from Archives back into the deck. I think it's going to be Seamless here, Bites, perhaps the Unleash as well. Or otherwise, thinking between them, it could also, okay, it's going to be Semak. Yeah, I think, yeah. Hedge Fund is more likely here. Currently on 0 credits, so not in a great position, but on 4 points. The agenda sitch right now is Steel has 2 agendas scored, a See How They Run, which did a core damage, and also the one which lets you shuffle some cards from archives back into your deck. The limit 1 per deck 1. And Seb, Kikai here, unfortunately 0 points so far. Looking at the cards that I've seen from Seal's deck, I don't know if there are any 3/5s in the deck. The deck might be entirely 2 3s and 2 4s. All I do know is that Seal's deck is currently undefeated. So it's back over to Kikai. There's an error in the bin. There is 2 crews in the bin and a Devil Charm that's in the bin because it was trashed using the ability of Tier with Unleash. 16-minute call for time left on the round here. So it's definitely going to be a challenge. Can Kikai find a way to break through here and stop Seal from being undefeated here at the Reading District Tournament? Down comes Devil Charm. It is true that you can just run archives. You take 2 damage, but maybe it's a cost you have to pay, and I think that's the decision we're making here. Running archives here. Gonna take 2 damage. Hopefully, yep, go down to drawing 2. If they want to, yep, choosing to draw 2 and bottoming it. Then taking 1 more damage here. That card is gone. Then taking a tag and being able to do and taking an additional tag because of Phonutria, because of the timing of Steel Skin. And then probably looking to install the crew. And also a card from hand if desired. Paying 2 less for the crew there. Also can get a program back. Going to get Rising Tide back after that was killed off by a Microweb tier trigger. It was an R&D guess for Melius, so that's going to do nothing. Now with 2 tags, looks like we're going to run HQ. We are tagged, so Manuel is going to help here. We use Devil Charm and Crew to trash away. We're going to be able to see 2 cards here. The Corp with 0 credits. Very vulnerable right now. Which also means it's very hard for them to trash any card that Kikai has, because they're going to have to credit, and then trash. Access 1 here. That is a See How They Run. I think just figuring out that it is in fact an agenda. 2 points there. And then seeing a second card with Manuel, because we're tagged. We see a Cloud Eater. And thinking about gourmanding it here. It's a difficult one because they're a very long way from that Cloud Eater doing anything, but it does mean a card less in their hand, which might give you a few more options here. Now, choosing to run again, see 2 more. Don't think there's any more agendas in here. That is the Hanzo review. Going to trash that and draw a card. That is a bite. Does nothing. Going to get trashed. So 3 cards from hand trashed now. Could have drawn a card from Gourmand. Just pointing it out now, they do draw that card. Then they have to discard. Discard a spare Rising Tide and a spare Lego. So the game has shifted a little bit over to Kikai's favor here, with the Corp completely bottomed out, but a very safe server indeed. Install, credit, advance. Okay, this could suggest that there's a seamless in hand. However, still needing more points than that. also, not having to worry about bite right now is quite nice. That's 2 Audreys coming into hand there with 12 credits, so definitely can afford to play them. Also, impossible for the Corp to res ice here. That card you see at the bottom left of the screen there is just the hand of the Corp, is not an installed asset. Down comes Audrey and Gourmand. Two clicks left here because we use Solidarity Badge to remove the tag and draw. Running HQ here. Not going to see any res. Access 1 card in hand. It's a hedge fund. Gets trashed to draw a card. Just working out what Melias is doing here. I think this is a Melias mis-choosing placement. I think it is true that, was it maybe known that hedge fund was in hand, which might keep the game a little bit safer? But I think if you miss your trigger, then it's considered misfired and doesn't happen. So now the Corp with 0 credits, no cards in hand, which means they can go in through this Tattoo Bowler, cost them 1 credit to run R&D each time, and they'll see 2 cards. So the game definitely swung back the other way. Kikai on only 2 points against Seal's 4 points. But being able to just walk around comfortably, looking pretty good right now for Kikai. That's a bite, that gets trashed. And then also we see, that looks like points. That is points. Is that a Fuji? No, that's a send a message. And I think that's a Baphonous? Yeah, it is. It's a Baphonous on R&D, not where you expect it to be. There's a Charlotte in a row. That would explain a lot about the decisions that were made here. Gain 4, also gain the thing back, then draw 1 for turn and 1 for the Charlotte. Now looking a lot healthier on credits. Baphonous definitely going to be something difficult to get through here. What was the turn here? I'm not sure what the Corp did for their turn. They drew cards. And that seemed to be it. Okay, so Kikai now can just run through if they want into R&D to see 2 fresh new cards. They just need to find 2 points here. It's 5 points to Kikai, 2 points to Meliazu. Also now with a crew down, taking a tag. Okay, what are we looking at here? Looks like we can just run our D2 guys. I guess we have to watch out for bite. It's a very real threat here. Taking a tag, spending 2 credits, going down to 4 credits total, using the crew to trash it, then paying 1. Unfortunately here, a swap is happening. So the Corp gains 4 credits. But then we get 2 accesses. This could be game-winning accesses. 1 card, 2 cards. Stay where they are. That is unfortunate. Now, tread lightly. Okay, this is interesting. Tread lightly into, I would guess, HQ here. Also, we would have flipped from the R&D run. So tread lightly on HQ, no res. Seeing both. First see a public trail, then see a Tatibola. And then lastly, what are we doing here? Just drawing? And then discarding 1 at the end. Oh, we're going to pitch 1, which is a strike fund for 2 credits. And the tread lightly is on the table, should be in the bin. Over to the Corp's turn. They're going to gain 4 and then draw a card for turn and the card from the Charlotte. Back reasonably stable again now. Just needs a little bit more ice around because with so much ice on each server, getting to the point where it's pretty much a lockout for Kikai. Drawing again. That is an agenda now. The downside to tier is you can just choose to click through it if you really need to. Just a little bin check here for crew count. That's 3 crews. Gonna pop the Charlotte for 3 credits. Then installing on archives here. And then maybe are we going to install another card somewhere else? This definitely feels difficult. This looks like a lot of credits on the Corp side. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 credits, I think. However, 14 credits isn't going to rise everything. So there may be a way for Audrey to get through here, to trash something, and that might give an opportunity to break through in the remote here. Also, let's not forget, Buffer Drive is a card, and so you can pull back the crew if needed to the top of your deck. Which could be the best way through here. And considering that Seal has just pitched out a Charlotte, it's unlikely that it's another Charlotte in the server. So here, running archives. Some credits being spent. What are we going to see here? Oh no, sorry, just making it clear what credits are available. 14 credits on the board. There is a Hannah here. That is a good way to be able to generate some extra clicks if you need them to get through this tier. However, if you go through the tier and it's not a 2-point agenda, it's just game over here. Now, Praxis into archives. Here comes 8 to res. Is this a microweb? That is a microweb, which is going to have some nasty subroutines on it, including Tier's Trash a Card. And it's also going to end the run. So there's no opportunity here. I think that might be kind of like the game closed out there. Install and res a Semac just to make it expensive enough for R&D to protect it. Although not really protecting it, because the other option is probably just to gung-ho into R&D.
doing a range of extreme things like worst case, expect to end there, best case, expect to end here.
Now, kind of looking for a way to take a tag. There's not many options here. Here we're looking to play a friend of a friend. Is this in order to take a tag so we can just send it into R&D? The Corp still has plenty of money, so definitely can res a lot of things on the board. Coming very close to time here. Hikai just trying to figure out an option to try and close out this game. Here comes friend of a friend for 3. Popping friend of a friend, I think, to take a tag. It's going to be able to install this Hannah. No, we're just going to run last click. We're just going to send it. We're going to hope that there is a way through here somewhere. Going to take 3 net damage here from the Semek Salmon. And depending on what this ice is on the innermost, it was swapped from the Tattoo Bowler for just the only card in hand, probably mostly for resources. And then here making a choice whether to res this next card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is another microweb. That's going to close out that run. And in fact, if the Baphonomist comes back, then that might be the kill here. Resing the Tattoo Bowler on the table, killing the Audrey, and gaining 3 credits from tier. Very good that you not only trash a card, any card you like, but also gain 3 credits. And an important 3 credits, because now that's 6 points. Putting Seal ahead, getting to 6 points. Very, very close game indeed. And there we have it. That has been the Reading District, round 9 of 9. Hikai against Seal. Seal remains undefeated for the entire tournament with all decks. Very well done indeed. And I will try and find them two to come over, just have a little chat and say how their day went, how it felt, and how things were. We'll be back in just a few minutes as I go and hunt those people down. Hello, everyone. We are back, but we're about to get someone over in a bit. We don't quite have our interviewee yet. We're going to have Seal to come and say, to come and chat soon about his day, which went all wins, undefeated all day. We didn't get to see the Ari deck on screen at all. So I will definitely ask about that and see what happens. So what have we got? Willie Garcia, holy insane Seal gameplay. Indeed, some great Seal gameplay. Ask Kikai if the Melius deck is unethical. No idea. I did speak to Kikai, and Kikai said, I'm glad to see that Seb lost the game. So I agree. It's good to know that Seb can lose. Scrubs. Very important question. And then, yes, that was dope. Was the winner Ari's deck? I really wanted to see the Arasana deck. I hear that Seal plays it all the time. Always playing Arasana, just different variants. But we'll be back in a bit. We just need to do the prize support. And because people have to go home, they're going to focus on that first. But after, we will be available for a quick interview with Seal. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes time, I hope, after the closing announcements for the event. In fact, actually, I can just put those on. I will just move the microphone and we can go find out what is going on from the rest of the room.
I'll be fairly loud. So. Alright, you miss from the comments over here so we can have absolute fun. No! You can go away, Sam. Alright, interrupt. You got no power over me. Go to the pub. Okay. Thank you everyone for turning up. We prized out the vast majority of you as the event went on. So, in theory, it's just top placement prizes to go. But I will do honourable mentions for everyone whose strength of schedule tied top 8. Holy fuck, a lot of you strength of schedule tied top 8. Top 16. In 16th place is Lap Vandal. Wait, hold on. I have additional prizing. I'm stupid. We have to go lower down the league to give out some of the raffle prizing. In 25th place and winning some bonus prizes for the luck of their seed. Never mind. Is Rotard back, or did you? To come back after dropping. Yeah. In 22nd place for luck of the seed, Komodo Commodore. They roll down. In 23rd place, OX7F. They roll down. In 24th place, Swabble.
Never punished for dropping, leaving, and dropping and still getting prizes.
In 21st place, Diamond.
I already have the.
That rolls all the way down to XCAM. Look, if you wanted to win prizes at this event, you should have dropped on round 6, apparently. In 15th place, Nephrolite. We already did lap in 16th, so now we can get back on track with the top 16. In 14th place, with no additional prizing, but I'm announcing you anyway. Congratulations for your efforts. Aerial Threat. In 13th, Hemra. In 12th, Baram Wu. In 11th, and winning raffle prizing, Bucket Hat Ben. In 10th, Tanzan. In 9th, Motion Blur. And then the only player on 15 points to make the top 8, Steph Monkey, come for some prizes.
Steph,
Can-
how many games have you played in the past 6 months?
Today, 12.
Jumping up to 18 points in 7th place, we have Omni Shambles. Also on 18 points in 6th place, it's Knight from Chess. $18 points, 5th place, Dull Bulb. No, boo this man. I had to sit and judge a 17-minute runner turn. Boo this man.
Support your content creators.
In 4th on 18 points and winning our first playmat. Playmat retrieval operation. Not yet, eh? In 3rd, Kick-Eye. In 2nd, failing to get the hat trick, it's me, Fierce. On 21 points. And then in 1st, on 27 points, undefeated, it's... It's fucking Steel. Thank you all for coming out to my tournament. I have a few final points of order. Notably, I'm going to announce the prizing you can win as participation at my Megacity. So, if you would like to come to Reading Megacity on the 13th and 14th of June. 13th and 14th of June. It's on ABR.
Correct.
You will be walking away with an absolutely stunning event horizon by AMS. So if you need reasons to turn up to my Megacity, there it is. This is participation at my Megacity. Yeah, so
I'm a physics guy.
show up to that.
That's exactly what I want.
The tickets aren't on sale yet, but like,
Do it eventually.
I will do an announcement post on the UK Discord and I guess fucking Stim Slack with links to tickets and the ABR and all of that. Probably tonight if I have the energy. Other than that, did we book anything anywhere in the end? No.
Go to Syria, Greece, in the space.
We like. All right. Who is anyone wanting to go to a pub, or are people wanting to just like pub crowd? Raise your hands. That's enough of us that we can pull a walk in. We'll be fine.
I would say so.
Come take a seat.
Hello.
Welcome to the den. Cool. Camera's here.
Hello.
Mike's here.
Excellent.
Netrunner players, welcome back. There's 6 of you here, but maybe some more will join in a bit.
Hello.
We're joined by the undefeated champion of today. Please tell me what your actual handle you go by is.
So I keep, whenever I remember to, I have a seal pun for Netrunner, but I'm just known as Chonky Seal or Cyber Seal, the Seal, the
Fair.
one critter.
I do recognise Chonky Seal,
Yes.
so it's good to meet you in person. Good to see you play as well.
Thank you.
I've heard that you play a lot of Arasana.
Yes, I love playing Arasana. I think it's the most fun runner. I think it just it has this incredible ability to just do bullshit things.
Yeah.
And I spent like the last month playing 5 completely different lists, and then ultimately decided that, you know, Whiteblade's list is actually pretty good, and then made a few changes, but very good. Yeah.
Nice,
And so it's a good list. I'll be posted at some point, but otherwise it's pretty much it's already there.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm gutted that we didn't get to see you on stream because I've heard that you're quite the Arasana player, so I was hoping to
Thank you.
get some insight, see what's going on there.
Yes, instead you had to sit through Unleash Melius.
Yes, so tell us about your Unleash and Melius decisions that led you to this moment.
Okay, so again, practicing for these events, I've been playing Orb and I've just come to the realization that it's not quite the same without Sviatical. It's not quite the same. So, it was, I think, Thursday. I saw Vicitron's video about here's some cool decks in the meta right now, and then saw this list, thought, well, that looks pretty sick, and picked up the Unleashed deck again. Made a few tweaks. I think Ansel 2.0 is a bit overkill as far as influence spells go. But yeah, the deck was really fun. I thought, well, there's going to be a lot of Seb players today, and sure enough, 5 Seb players,
Yeah.
2 of which made top 4, so pretty good deck. And Unleash kind of says you don't get to ever play to tag.
Yes, yeah. I even saw, I think we saw Baramu was playing Unleash in PD. Possibly with distributed tracing, but we never saw it. So it could just be that, you know, you got some spare influence. You don't really need much influence for that deck. And you just go, look, if you play Seb, I have Unleash, and that feels okay to
Gonna
me.
res Ram for free and install an ice from Archives. Go on.
Something like that.
I think you mentioned that there were 3 tiers in the deck. I think there was an actual plan with
3
Unleash.
tiers. Wow,
Yes.
yeah.
Spoiler alert? I don't know. They'll probably post.
Well, I'm sure it'll be posted soon. But yeah, anything else you want to say about your experience today?
It's been a fantastic experience. All my opponents have always been lovely, as always, putting up with my inability to remember Melius U trigger. You got to flip it. You do need to remember on the first run. I think I forgot about it twice, maybe 3 times in the finals.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it turns out you do need a little bit of practice to remember
Yeah.
triggers. Whoops. Praise be the judges. Their hard work.
Yes, yeah, and also, unfortunately, the judges. Did you come across the Magic Man deck?
I had a pretty good viewing to one of the games. Oh my god. What a day.
The poor judges. Now, even if we don't track clicks, if we just count things that you might often spend a click to do that thing, such as install a card, such as Gashapon and so on, it's probably about 30 clicks in a turn. Maybe more than 30 clicks in a turn.
You could have said 50 and I would have believed you.
Yeah, and it's just game loss hell. But somehow Dogbog did manage to play it and
Yes.
come, I think about 6, 7, something like that with it.
Was, the top 8 was rather bizarre in the points. I think 15 points, 5 wins, managed to get 8. So it was quite a stretch.
Yeah, well, you stole all the points from them
Yes.
by going undefeated today.
Yes.
So again, well done on that.
Thank you.
And thank you all for everyone that checked out the stream. The videos will be up over the weekend. And now I will let you go. Would you like to give one last message to the fans?
Arasana's still good. You should play Mavirus.
Excellent.
Lazarum is a problem.
Thank you very much. And everyone, we will see you guys another time. Thanks for watching.